the time. And we chased it all night. 'Cause we got wasted all the time. And we chased it. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swimming oceans to breathe your air. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. I know that building a fortress, and we thought it was stronger, keeping your distance. I thought we were better. We can try to hide from the pain by building our castle. We can build them again and again, and we can feel nothing. And I know that you're feeling alone, and we can do better. So help me to break through the stone. Help me to break through. And I thought that we could be something, losing our vision, but we can't just let it consume us. We can try to just hide from the pain by building our castle. We can build them again and again, and we can feel nothing. And I know that you're feeling alone, and we can do better. So help me to break through the stone. Help me to break through.
Hello, everybody. This is SpanCargo. I'm so excited to be here today with y'all. I am casting Lobby D of the Spark Series round of 64 qualifiers. And I mean, if you guys were here yesterday, today's day 2. We have 6 games left to see who is going to be in the top 8 to qualify to move on to round of 32. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a refresher. Take a look at our leaderboard. Reminder, you guys can do exclamation point leaderboard throughout the entire cast to go ahead and take a look at this along with me. But as we can see, our top 8 teams here are Guadalajara Gascans, Throwback, Barely Not Legal, Slappers Only, Nutters, San Diego Rarity, Vertigo, and Underrated. Also a little bit of reminder at the bottom there, this is all powered by Torchlight Productions. This is their tournament, and I'm so happy to be here, and I'm so happy to go ahead and bring this cast to y'all. I hope you guys enjoy so much. But whew, I mean, we can even just take a look at those scores. There's going to be a lot of movement today. A lot of these teams still have a chance to make it into the top 10. So these games, every single game today matters. So with that being said, I already love the energy I've seen in chat so far. If you guys have some more emotes, you guys have some copy pastas, go on ahead and put that in there today. Really, really matters. And without further ado, I hope you guys enjoy. Let's go on ahead and take a look at that plane path. Here we go. This is going to be our first plane path of today. You'll notice that we are on Miramar first, so that means we're going to have 3 games of Miramar before moving on to 3 games of Erangel that will wrap us up here. Starting on the western side, directly underneath Pozo, is going to end up in the top right for Campo Militar. Last night we had a lot of very southern plane pass on Miramar here, so a little nice change of pace so far. It'll be interesting to see where this zone ends up going first. And as you can see, everybody doing a really good job once again staying away from each other so far, especially in all these big cities. A lot of these guys being able to successfully reach out far. It even looks like Axewound here trying to take down some of the underrated members of this there, making their own rotation. But otherwise, it couldn't be perfect all the way down the line, could it? Over here, it looks like there's about 3 teams trying to figure out where they're going to go, as their usual spots are completely outside of zone. You can see it's Epic Flank, Rise, and in the distance, they're not going to land here in Tierra with these 2 other teams. We can also see Throwback trying to figure out where to go, but they can't go to Torre because that is where Nutters are. So it looks like Tierra currently being shared by Epic Flank and Rise. Currently it is Epic Flank that is completely split in half with Rise directly in the center. I mean, some of these guys have to be careful here. If Badger X and Brandon Heat know exactly where Chilla is, I wouldn't be surprised if they try pushing on that immediately to get a little bit of an advantage. Looks like Dr. Claw and Null, on the other hand, aren't really in a good spot. Stuck inside of the little... what is that called over there? The stadium. There we go. Words today, y'all. The little arena over here. Looks like they're kind of stuck in here. They seem to have already gone ahead and looted up at least a bit. Looks like they have loots to be able to use. And you can already see Nola's trying to move on out. Maybe he'll be able to use these ridges and those half walls to get across. It is going to be a little bit of a run into the open. And if the Rise members are paying attention, they might catch them out. Marked himself actually already pushing on out for Rise. Does he want that vehicle, or is he going to see these Epic Flank members? See on the northern side, Moratorium for Rise also pushing on over. Oop, Dr. Claw is right in front of him inside of these hay bales. Will Mark spot him out here? Ooh. He just barely missed seeing him on those hay bales. Oh, and there it is, spotting him out with the spray coming through, using all 30 bullets that came with that barrel. He's unfortunately not going to get the knock, not even half HP. Dr. Claus using more hay bales as cover so far at 60. Moratorium is now met up with Marks, and they're making the push. I mean, they definitely had the right idea. There's 2 people over here. We gotta go on ahead and cut them off. It looks like it's not going to entirely work, though, because now the rest of Epic Flank has met up with their team, as we can see here. They're closer together, but here still comes Moratorium and Mark trying to be aggressive onto these 2 members. Dr. Claw trying to shoot them off here. So far missing, but still in that 1 story. Probably going to go on ahead and hold that for a little bit longer. There you go. So it looks like Mark's now holding this angle while Moratorium is trying to go on ahead and see something a little bit further, trying to go for a wrap onto Moratorium. Onto Null, I would assume, up on top of the roof here. Badger X now getting involved from afar as well. Does he spot out Null? Does Null spot him? This flank could definitely help out Rise a lot, and it doesn't look like he wants to risk it. Null no longer on the roof anyway. Is also now pushing up the hill. He probably spotted out Moratorium there. Now this has kind of changed here. Rise is now in a little bit of a corner, a little bit of an open space, while the rest of Epic Flank have the southern side. Rise could get out of the situation by all piling into that Murado that they have up there, but honestly, I don't even know if it's worth it. Epic Flank themselves has a vehicle as well. Let's go ahead and actually zoom out of this as it's taking a little bit longer to take a look at our first circle. We can see here, ooh, Brandon Heat actually with an 8x mini also spotting out some of the Rise member, taking Waratorium down to half HP, also spotting out Chilla. We'll keep a close eye at that kill feed as he's trying to go for those knocks. But like as I was saying, our first zone going on ahead, sending it down towards Picado. Play area is going to be closing very shortly. It's now 5 minutes in. Anybody who starts making their rotations now are considered late. You can already see the very center of this is already occupied by a lot of teams. I mean, a team could still go on ahead and play in Picado. A lot of these other guys already making their moves on over. Ooh. And it looks like Throwback is even making a little bit of a rotation towards one of the Nutters teams, which is kind of making me worry. Once again, let's go take a look at this. It looks like after shooting at them a little bit, they went on ahead, grabbed that vehicle, and made it out successfully. All 4 of them clown carring it away. I mean, after that initial fight wasn't going to happen, I kind of figured that they were just going to go on ahead, grab that vehicle, and make a rotation away. Focus on phase 1 and getting inside there. Early fights, definitely not anybody's friends. And there's EF. They have 2 vehicles, actually, as well, so they can continue on with their rotation 2. EF now winning that bottom side of Tierra. They will definitely be making a faster rotation than Rise, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they run into each other on their rotation. So we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on that. As for the center of this zone, as it loads in, since we haven't quite been in here yet, we can see underrated taking the very southern part of this, up at church, up at this compound, right below our ridges. And these other teams as well. Barely Not Legal came out of Picado. It looks like they wanted this compound, but Axewound currently there, splitting with a warehouse from afar. I swear BNL had this compound, but Axewound went on ahead and took it from them. Wade's kind of watching from afar now. I don't think they want to split anything else. That or they were split with this other compound down here, actually, which definitely is difficult. Don't want a team in between you in that case. Usually the usual split on these compounds are these 2 currently on screen, so we can see that Rare Chemistry is trying to make a rotation up on the same hills that Vertigo already occupies. You can see EQSKZ here spotting them out after being told from his far teammate. There you go, trying to do some damage to Constant Scotchstock inside that vehicle, but it's just not going to happen. The vehicle being taken down some HP, but they are going to be able to go on ahead and continue on their rotation away, trying to find somewhere else inside zone to play. Wade's, though, oh, he was watching it with the mini, is going to get a headshot knock into Parmigiani, but its luck ends up going on ahead and peeking him hard, gets the headshot knock back. So an instant trade. Locke now trying to go for the run on the rest for Parmigiani. But, I mean, if the rest of BNL know, there should only be 1 more member inside of here. And it looks like they're pushing, which would be bringing up the vehicle, already going for the res onto him. Well, it looks like the rest of Axewound not too worried about their teammates. But here comes the push. It's going to be Ian here. It's going to be the first one up to the building. Kind of crouching now. You can hear the footsteps above him. He knows that the res has come out. It's definitely been too long of a time. But soon the rest of his teammates will go on ahead and join him. We can hear the nades now popping out as well. Axewound is going to try and hold them off the best that they can. The question is the rest of Axewound coming? So far it doesn't look like it. They didn't come in time. Right when that knock happened, you have to send the other half of your split over. Right when you know that there's a knock happening, you know that you're at a disadvantage, you know that they should be pushing. Oh, he spots Waze behind that truck. There you go, doing some damage to him, but not getting the knock just yet. Trying for the nade, but he already went on ahead and relocated. Here comes the rest of them. Richie B is going to win the fight, though, with that barrel. Half of Axewound is taken down. We can see the rest of them trying to shoot from afar, but Cookie Jams and Hades, that is to no revenge. Don't quite know the word, but it's not quite going to be able to do anything. Half of your team is dead. Now they just have to focus on protecting themselves in one of the compounds that they have successfully kept. BNL now, though, probably very happy with taking this compound back, being able to secure it, can probably go on ahead and go back to their 2-2 split in these two compounds. They now have a little bit more loot from just Picado on those two bodies, and they have 2 kills on the leaderboard. We can see the zone is about to close. A few of these teams still outside. Oh, and that pull over actual helps them out here, pulling over to the east. It's going to be Vertigo and Rare Chemistry currently in the center. Honestly, if Rare Chemistry continue on with their movement, I don't think they should stay here. I think they should make a move for this big compound here. Take the hard cover for if you can. See, the rest of Vertigo, though, still very split out. I'm kind of worried. Sambuca down here in the compound, the rest of them at the top compound, and EQSKZ inside of the bowl. I feel like they're going to need to condense soon. You can see everybody already inside their vehicles making this rotations on this hard shift. And a lot of these guys are going to be rotating in the same area. Whew. So it looks like Vertigo now spotting out BNL in their rotation. BNL might want that compound, but they might just go on ahead and back up to the one behind them. But EQSKZ will get a knock onto Wades. One of them is probably going to try and turn around. It is going to be Richie B. I mean, there is a little bit of a ridge here, and it looks like they're going to try and take advantage of it. The question is Vertigo pushing? It doesn't quite look like it. It looks like they're trying to do some damage from afar, shoot them off, still shoot up BNL, but no push. No aggressive push from M Clean onto that knock to try and secure it. Oh wow, Nutter's here. We can see Agla going on ahead and sending it into Picado. Orion is already here. You can see SK going for a little bit of a spray onto him. Not going to find the knock, though. And in the north, actually, the rest of Nutters, you can see Jam there taken down by Oldest from Gascans. So Nutters are going to go on ahead and lose one. Looks like he crashed into that billboard stand after his tire was popped. So now the rest of the Nutters are going to continue on with the rotation. But Honey Badger, oh, Honey Badger with the headshot. SLR shot is going to take down Pancale as well. It's going ahead and take a look from his position. Oh, and he can't stay there. You can hear the bullets raining down around him. It's slappers from above trying to shoot him away. They want these kills. They're going to shoot anybody away from them. I'd also like to point out that Gascans are super split. Nico's all the way up here in top. Minas, one in Graveyard. Oldest down at that compound. Honey Badger up on the ledge here. You can see the rest of the slappers still sputting some of them out. But now, this is where it's going to get hard. Like, where are you going to play? Will Gascans have to come and condense back, focus on Epic Flank that's currently inside the Graveyard building? Where is everybody going to make these rotations to? We've only lost a few, though. Reminder that this is a 14-team lobby, and that's all that is here today. Nobody is quite taken out just yet. Heenan, once again with the knock, is going to get a knock onto M Clean, who was on the roof, and it looks like Gats, his teammate, is going to go on ahead and finish him off. No res for Vertigo. The zone once again already coming to a close. I have a feeling that we're going to see Gascans hold Epic Flank out on the northern side, but let's take a look where this goes. And once again, a hard shift. This time, instead of to the east, it's going to send to the west. Definitely Vertigo this entire time has definitely liked their spot. BNL also in a great spot. And all Silverline has to do is move up onto this hill or potentially take this Pariah compound in the center. Whoever gets this compound is going to win the lottery here. This zone loves pulling back around this area. So honestly, whoever grabs that, I will have a feeling will probably go ahead and get a really good game out of today, this first game here. Same with BNL, honestly. Looks like Agala already going on ahead, spreading out, going to this useless compound, actually. That's just what it's called. It's not actually useless. To try and see where Nutters can play. Everybody else making their rotations. Let's go take a look at this fight on the north between Gascans and Epic Flank. We so Oldless here. Oh, with the 3x SLR getting a headshot into Noel, getting the knock. They were shooting at him before, but it looks like Oldest is going to be the first one with the knock. The rest of them now trying to be aggressive on this. We could see in the kill feed that Slappers end up running right up onto Axewound. I think Axewound, no. Hambino trying to come in and crash onto this compound. The rest of Axewound, just Hades and Cookie Jams left, will go on ahead and get the down and the flush, while Silverline from afar to our south is going to go on ahead and get the headshot on him as well. But Cookie Jams is there to get the res. Oh, it also looks like, oh, Chilla for Rise was trying to get here at the same time as SDR. It looks like Gwen Stacy going on ahead and running him over with the bike. Waratorium now trying to back off of this. It's going to be SDR that goes on ahead and secures this spot for themselves. Waratorium also being taken down from the rest of SDR from a Nate's gun. Oh no, Silverline actually goes on ahead and steals that, and now here it is. Are you going to be the lucky winner of the center compound? The answer is yes to Dean for Underrated, realizing that this is free. We'll go on ahead and take in. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the rest of Underrated make the rotation up to him very shortly, already inside of their vehicles. Gascans not wanting to fight. Epic Flank inside of the blue ended up coming out of Graveyard, but we can see the rest of them coming down the road now. Let's take a look from Oldest's perspective. As they're actually, they know, they're trying to make an even bigger rotation on the side of the road, but there really isn't that much space to be able to do so. Brandon Heat now completely stuck on the other side of this rock vehicle with popped tires. I don't know what he'll be able to really do here. The rest of these guys still trying to continue on. It looks like Noel's going to try and help out his teammate right now. Gascans once again, though, going on ahead and leaving. This is still phase 3 damage, but right when this hits phase 4, it's going to hurt. Gascans, knowing that, are going to back up, probably stop just inside of zone before stopping and trying to focus on keeping Epic Flank out. You can see Orion inside of Picado here, though, inside of this motel, is trying to punish them, doing some damage to them, making them actually going ahead and move. One of the Epic Flank members, Dr. Claw, is going to get a knock onto Adam. Here we go, trying to go ahead and get that flush. It looks like Honey is actually going to get the flush by running Adam over, but from those hits, Orion getting the knock onto Dr. Claw. A bunch of the others now being taken down from the blue zone means it's just down to Null being completely damaged. It looks like there's a little bit of a runaway vehicle situation. Phase 4 is not a joke, and I think all of them didn't realize the damage that was going to come out of this. And that is going to be the end. I mean, I guess that is 2 kills that they definitely held out from other people, but Orion definitely spotting out Null. Let's see if they're going to get that last kill. Oh, Skazko's trying, but it looks like he did in fact lose LOS. The next zone shifting is going to go on ahead and give Prio to Underrated once more. It's definitely going to end in this area as per usual. The question is, will it end on this side of the road itself, or Underrated side? All of STR now realizing that it's time to condense, sending one over to meet up, and 8 is the last one over here, and we can see that Throwback has already crashed onto their compound to try and backfill. Valley 8 probably going on ahead and trying to spot anybody out. I don't know if N8 will be able to go on ahead, leave, and meet up with the rest of his teammates. As for other spots inside of the zone, we can see Rare Chemistry desperately wanting to get inside once again, are in a fight with BNL. BNL now realizing that someone's right beside them is going to try and hold them out. Gats, after some long-range shots, being called close, as someone is definitely closer than the one you're shooting at. They're now making a push onto Scotchdock. Let's see if Wade is going to be able to do something. There we go, trying to peek over, but doesn't want to over-peek. Over-peeking could definitely hurt you here, but spotting out Scotchdock will get the down onto him with that barrel. He was switching out his guns. He wasn't ready at all. In the distance, we can see Epic Flank eliminated from Orion, but also there's a fight currently between Gascans and Vertigo. I think Axewound is also in this fight. I'm not quite sure. Oh no, okay. Well, there we go. Gascans taking out Vertigo. Can probably not be able to get the res onto Oldless as it is phase 4. It was Slappers and Axewound that were in the fight. We can see it's Corsac and Silers left. Hades still alive, trying to hold on for Axewound. They clearly have 2 kills in total right now, but he's being shot from afar, now down to 2 HP. Here comes Silers. He has the shotgun. Will he be able to spot him out? But oh, it's going to be Corsac with the M4 that spots him out prone and trying to heal out. In 12th place, we have 11 teams left. The zone has once again shifted, and BNL is definitely determined to hold Rare Chemistry out, and that is going to be it. Rare Chemistry now eliminated. We can see that Paradox there was trying to do some damage with that nade, but he was caught out and taken down. I think BNL is all, yeah, BNL is all still 4 up. Directly to their north is the rest of Gascans, though. They can definitely do some damage here. Where will they be able to go on ahead and play inside this zone? They'll probably try and play on this ridge or at this shack, or they need to make some big crash. It does look like this circle is going to prioritize SDR's location inside of the center hill here. So let's go ahead and take a look at everybody else inside of this zone. It looks like Rise, just down to Fox, is trying to figure out where he's going to be able to play. Throwback, realizing that they can't stay inside this compound, already sending Vegas out with some smokes to try and get closer. It looks like they might have actually flushed out Innate. Yep, Innate already dead for SDR. Throwback went on ahead and found him out. Silverline with the next big compound. Slappers also down to 2 after their big fight with Axewound. And Orion from Picado pulling on out with all 4 up. Looks like Rise is going to be found out, and BNL did in fact make the hard crash. I mean, I've mentioned before, if you want to crash on something, you want to do something that's worth it, and that's exactly what they're doing, crashing onto the center compound. Well, not the center, a good compound on the edge. They're so far, it's BNL with 2 left up, getting a lot of kills onto the members of Underrated. I think it is a 1v2. Yep, and it looks like Hitman currently getting the res onto Firefighter, going to make this a 2v2 situation once more. A 2v3 situation as Wades actually gets res as well from Richie B. Now will it be a 2-man as Ian is currently staying right beside a nade, will not get down, but is at 25 HP. Being forced to heal now. I mean, from afar, everybody's trying to get involved with their bullets just flying at this fight right now. Ooh, Firefighter just barely missing that Molotov as he was healing. Oh, but Enan with the nade is going to perfectly cooked and take out the rest of Underrated. We can see the killing spree coming up on top of the screen. BNL with 11 total kills, 5 of which are Enan's. That's absolutely insane. I mean, in scrims, like, not too long ago now, when I watched Enan 1v4 Veritas, I was like, this kid, he is absolutely nuts, and it looks like he's going to continue that. On the northern side here, Slapper's making the hard decision to push onto the 4-man of Orion. It looks like Skaska and SKSK were taken down, so that means it's just a So and Baroque status left. These nades are definitely doing their damage. You can see Baroque status barely at 10 HP here. And here comes even more Molotovs. That one actually landing very, very close. Not going to do any damage. So actually going ahead, backing up, trying to survive as a solo, leaving Brooksas for this fight alone. Oh, but a beautiful headshot onto Corsac will in fact take him down. There's just one left, and that is going to be Silers. Try and flush your knock here, please. Throwing the nade. Will it land? Goes a little bit too far. And I think that's all the nades that Broke Status had. And with that last peek, Silers is going to get the knock on the Broke Status and start getting the res onto Corsac. I'm a little bit confused as to why Oso went on ahead and left his teammate to go for the shed. I wonder if they thought Slappers was more than one up. The duo of Gascans crashing onto the remainder of Nutters. There's only 2 of them left. It looks like they took down one, but Enan helping from afar is going to take down the other. So Gascans now with 8 kills. They're now inside the edge of zone. They'll be able to play there into the next circle. Looks like SDR Gwen Stacy going on ahead and taking that kill from Slappers onto Broke Status. Definitely keeping their eyes out on every single direction here, being in the center, making sure that nobody is pushing up, but also making sure that they can take as many kills as they can see. I I mean, it worked just there. Gwen Stacy spotting out that kill and broke status. They're going to go on ahead and continue watching that northern side. I mean, you can see that everybody is kind of focusing in their own direction with the 3 members that they have. But after hearing the vehicle movement from Silverline, I won't be surprised if they're going to try and focus on something if they move closer. Vertigo here actually going ahead and finding a little bit of a ridge just inside zone, but here comes Slappers. Both of them are very low HP, one at 20, one at 10. Oh, and this could definitely be a So's time to shine. If you peek outside this window here, you can see both members of Slappers very, very low HP, and it looks like the car actually is just on the wrong side. Come on, all you have to do is peek out here, So there we go. Looks like Red Rider NA gonna get a headshot on the Corsac and take him down. Do you have any nades? It looks like it. Just toss a nade, toss the mollies. He spots Silence inside the vehicle, but Silence spotted him first, and that is going to be the end of Orion. I think if Asu knew and he just tossed over some of those mollies, he could have actually taken out Slappers in this situation. Siler's unable to get the res on the Corsac as the zone is coming in, forcing him to use as much mollies as possible. Oh, here comes a nade from Brutal from SL, and it looks like it's not going to work. The spray coming into play as well, using them very nicely to cut off line of sight, but Brutal peeking on back is going to spot him out. Slappers only eliminated in 6. A nade, going to end Brutal's happiness right there immediately with that nade taking him down, meaning it's just down to FICO and G Price left. It looks like at the same time, though, Throwback pushing on to SDR. It being a central location is very, very helpful because you don't have to worry about rotations and you can definitely pick up a lot of kills. But if you're unable to watch your angles, everybody is going to go on ahead and push up. And because of that, it looks like Silverline and Throwback are pushing them at the same time. They lost Lucid Freak. Deadeye was down. The res did, in fact, come out, but they now is a 2-man for SDR. They're going to have to be very, very careful here. Looks like Honey Badger pushing out of his own compound is being a little bit interested in trying to get involved and was actually taken down by G Price's nade. Honey Badger actually about to throw one, will go on ahead and flush himself out. So that means Silverline over here needs to get inside this new zone. They're going to have to make the push on to San Diego Rarity. San Diego Rarity has to deal with Throwback as well. They might end up doing it at the same time. Oh, and as I say that, that is in fact going to happen. Venerated getting the knock on to FICO. You can see G Price now trying to take some shots. So many 4-man teams so far. I mean, Silverline are going to have to come in. Oh, Nico's finding Red Rider out with just 1 headshot. I don't think the res is going to be able to happen. I was going to say they're going to have to continue to watch their angles since there still is a solar for Gascans alive. So it looks like instead of SDR being taken down first, Throwback is going to go on ahead and be aggressive onto Silverline. Oh, Valiant spotting out G Price and trying to rotate away is going to get the spray on him with that 2x M4. And now they're trying to spot out FICO. Gwen Stacy getting involved from SDR, though, making Valiant have to lay down to go for the heal. And FICO realizing that there's somebody in front of them to do damage to. Oh, beautiful spray onto them. It's going to go on ahead and get it down onto Lynxy, but from the side, the rest of Throwback is going to go on ahead and get a little bit of a revenge. Brutal spotting out the solo of Gascans. Will they be able to go on ahead and push onto SDR at the same time? BNL pushing over, taking out SDR, can continue on with this fight to try and take out Throwback. I mean, because they're on the edge and they heard all this fighting, there's barely anybody still alive. This is what BNL needed to do. They needed to get involved here in this last fight, and so far working. It's just down to Valiant and Venerate. Lynxy still down. Wade's actually flushing him out. And that just means Brutal on the northern side. As I was speaking it, Richie B is actually going to go on ahead and spot him out, meaning that this is now a 2v3 situation for the first place win. Wade's bringing the first one to push on over, spotting out Venerated, trying to throw a stun. Didn't have his gun out, is instantly going to be pushed over to get the knock. Oh, well, once again, Venerated with the knock and Eden as well, instantly turning this around. No longer is the advantage in BNL's court. It's back to Throwback with a 2v1 situation. Will Richie B be able to continue on with what BNL's advantage had previously, or will Valiant and Venerated take it from them? Very well played so far. Just a little bit of mistakes at the end, peeking over, trying, and they just got caught out. They didn't know exactly where Throwback was, and they overpeaked in that situation. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't play together, BNL. But now the rest of Throwback trying to play very, very carefully. Oh, spotting out Richie B. Now they now know exactly where he is. They know it's a 2v1 situation, and now they might try and go for a little bit of a split on it. Going ahead and watch from Richie B's perspective for a little bit. Spotting out Venerated on his rotation, but he is going to get in the dips fast enough. And Richie B pushing on over towards Venerated, knows that he needs to turn this into 1v1s if he's going to have a chance to win. Trying to cut off sightlines from Valley, starting the fight with Venerated very nicely with the headshot onto him, but he's instantly going to lay down, and here comes Valley in the distance. He spots out one, gets the headshot, but he's taken down to 2 HP from Valiant, and with those last peaks, it is going to be Throwback's win with 8 kills in total. Very nicely played by Throwback, coming up from the south, taking that compound from the, well, coming up and backfilling SDR from that compound, getting 1 kill onto them from a nade still in there, and then they ended up pushing over at the right time. Unable to be fully aggressive onto SDR, they ended up going around and getting a lot of kills onto Silverline, and then from there they just used the little peak advantage from BNL with the 1v1s there and completely turned that around. I really thought that that was going to be a win for BNL. Very nicely played, Throwback. BNL, I mean, on the other hand, they also got a lot of kills. Just look at the amount of kills that a bunch of these guys at the top of the leaderboard got. That was a very exciting game and a very hard location, and we have 2 Miramar's games left. I'm going to go ahead, get in there. Do not go anywhere. Be right back.
We used to think our words were cold, that our blinded hearts could withstand cold. We were catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain. Stars were dancing in their light, past that we could never write. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves to the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their light, past that we could never write. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light, future we will never write. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. my way through caves and this place feels the same to me. Why can't I hold on to the visions that you left behind? Why can't I take off and see you on the other side? It's been a long ride and I'm thinking of you all the time, but I've got a feeling that I'll find you where we last said goodbye. It's been a long time since we held our hands to the sky, keeping the dream alive. I'll go and search for you tonight. And I'll give it my all till I find you, and give you my all when you're here. When we finally realize that we've been learning to fly, we'll have already reached the edge of the atmosphere. It's been a long ride and I'm thinking of you all the time, but I've got a feeling that I'll find you where we last said goodbye. It's been a long time since we held our hands to the sky, keeping the dream alive. I'll go and search for you tonight. And I'll give it my all till I find you. Give you my all when you're here. I'll give it my all till I find you, then give you my all when you're here.
Hello, everybody, and with the end of that song comes the start of our second game today. Hello, everybody, I am SpanCargo, and I'm casting Lobby D of Round of 64 for the Spark series. It's super exciting stuff. As you guys all know, this is qualifying round to go on ahead and move to round of 32 that is happening this weekend. So, on to our second game. Let's take a look at that leaderboard after that really nice game that we just watched. First of all, this is the match points from that past game. You can see Barely Not Legal did in fact have more points in total than Throwback, even though Throwback won our game. So Barely Not Legal got 20 and Throwback had 18. And Gascans, they held on for a very long time, got 9 kills, got 13 total points. Let's take a look at that full leaderboard though. So this is our full one after all 7 games so far. Guadalajara Gascans in first, Throwback coming up in the rear in second with 92 points, Barely Not Legal with 74, Sled Slappers, Only Nutter, San Diego Rarity, Silverline Esports, and Vertigo. We can already see that there has already been some movement. I mean, I already mentioned all these guys are so close around that 8 placement mark. Every single game matters, and let's go on ahead and look at what they're deciding to do for game 2. So once again, staying away from the south so far, happy to see. It looks like it's going to be a completely opposite plane path. It started around Monty and ended Campo Militar, but this time, starting in Militar, is going to go on ahead and end directly underneath Monty. Let's go on ahead and keep an eye on this. It looks like Rise going to Tierra Bronca once again isn't going to be contested this time. by a different team. Looks like they're going on ahead and going somewhere else entirely. Everybody else seems to be going to the same locations they went last time. Let's go take a look at where that other team's going. It was Epic Flank, the contestant here last time. This time, it looks like they're going around San Diego Rarity. I believe San Diego Rarity usually goes and loots around there, but they can go loot Pozo and the compounds around. And they're in Pozo. It looks like it's going to set them up really, really nicely, actually, because of this first phase. You can see here it's centering around Crater Fields right now, so that's going to give SDR and Slappers a really, really nice Ryo for themselves to choose somewhere to play. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them tries to go for this compound directly smack dab in the center. So this is a church compound up here. Up here, they can definitely be protected for a long while, and they can see absolutely everything. This compound is really, really hard to crash. The only places it can really be crashed is if someone tries to come up on this side of the hill and pulls on up and starts the fight from the top here. It's usually a top fight up here, fighting everybody on the inside of the compound. And I mean, people can start pulling up from the side over here, but not as common. It looks like Deadeye for SDR is going to be the first person that goes on ahead and ventures out to try to go take the church compound, realizing the priority that they have over it, going on ahead, leaving Pozo all ready to take it. So it looks like it's going to be SDR's territory for now. It'll be interesting to see if anybody else tries to go up there as well. As for the rest of these teams, I mean, everybody went to around the same places, and it should be the same thing. Everybody up very high in the top right corner here should be making a wide northern rotation to get inside this zone, figuring that the top of the zone should be freer, especially from where we saw the plane path. The bottom, the southern part of this, should be very, very congested. Another thing I'd like to point out, so sometimes this happens, usually when a circle like this happens on the plane path, you'd think that the northern side would have less people, right? And usually that's true. It's especially true right now, early on, right after the plane path just dropped everybody off. But later on in the zones, you sometimes notice that a lot of people went ahead and rotated to the northern part thinking it's free, but really that just makes the southern part way freer. So let's go ahead and keep an eye on that, see if it's going to be the same in this situation. I kind of doubt it based on the terrain of this, but I'm gonna go ahead and keep an eye out. It looks like the plane just went on ahead and went straight through us. No drops so far. And everybody already starting those rotations. Around 4 minutes is when all the early rotations should start happening, and it looks like it is in fact happening. Orion already moving on in here, coming up really, really close to an 8 from SDR. It looks like SDR not just wanting that church compound is going to extend all the way to this compound underneath all of these hills. Very surprising, to be honest. It looks like he does have his car ready to go on ahead and leave, but they're going to go on ahead and try and take up as much space as possible for now. Everybody's still slowly moving on in. I mean, take a look at that leaderboard while we wait for this. I mean, so many of these teams. I mean, there were some teams that were in those last few slots in 6th, 7th, and 8th, and then they ended up dying out really earlier game 1, and now they're below 8th place. And I mean, I know I already said it, how every one of these games mattered, but I don't think, like, it really, really does. Everybody has to be playing this as carefully as possible. The thing is that carefully does not mean that you should play scared, because that can make your game play even worse. You should be trying to make the best decisions possible, even if that means risking it and crashing onto something aggressively. You have to do whatever it takes to live in a situation and, well, just win the better spots to continue on in the game. And I mean, a lot of teams, especially lower tier teams, think that they can make these big rotations, just get away from everybody and altogether just ignore people around them to try and live longer. But sometimes the crash onto a compound is the only thing necessary for survival. Like, So I think a lot of the teams in here are actually good at that, and they realize that. I mean, even in the last game, we saw a ton of crashing coming out from a lot of teams, crashing onto the center compounds. Even BNL coming out of their safety, their very safe compound that was technically inside zone, came out to try and get involved in the fight with SDR and Throwback. So definitely aware. Looks like NA is going to go on ahead and be pushed out of their compound as SL Silverline now goes on ahead and take it. We can see G Price right now trying to shoot back at SK or Orion up on top of the rocks. And from the south, here comes Axewound. It looks like Locke and Parmesan Army were trying to get involved in this as well, popping some tires, not being able to spot anybody out, and they're going to get back in their vehicle and continue on with their rotations. Yep, it looks like SDR went on ahead and definitely did prioritize just going and protecting their top compound here. Innate still not there, going on ahead and looting this compound directly to their north. This is where I said that a lot of people usually come and push on over, so it'll be interesting to see if that happens later on. And it looks like Axewound on their rotation is going to have a little bit of a flipping situation, but they will be fine in the end. I think SDR hearing that though might be a little bit interested. Save your tires. Yeah, definitely on phase 1, you don't want to have all of your tires pop. So it looks like SDR are in fact going to save them. Silverline, on the other hand, I think they lost a lot of their tires, so I don't know if they'll be able to be making any big rotations anytime soon. I mean, if only a few of their tires are popped, they should be able to make it. I mean, that one only has one missing, so that will still be usable. Same with their truck. Okay, so it seems like they still have vehicles that are usable, just not at its full percentage. Up on the northern side here, it does look like Nutters when I had made a super northern rotation. Now inside, just on top of Slappers, they're actually very, very spread out here, and they need to start being careful. A bunch of shots now coming out. We can see Barely Not Legal trying to make a rotation, ended up running into Orion. They're going to go on ahead and drive away, try and figure out a different way to get inside this zone. And in the distance, Rise is going on ahead and getting some knocks on their own teammates. I wonder if they pressed F or what exactly happened. Not quite sure, but they're going on ahead and getting the res. I can't say how many times I've seen this. Like, I've seen it, I've noticed it in the kill feed so many times when I was a player, but I swear as a caster, it's just so much more obvious, and I do not know why. So it looks like both BNL and Silverline are now both taking shots at the position of Orion, so it's going to be interesting to see that happening. But also seems like, oh, and Punch came out here. Valiate running into Honey Badger for Gascans are going to get the down and actually go on ahead and do a little bit of BM and punch him out. Throwback now with a point for themselves. Needs to be careful because here comes Nikos. Oh, Venerated spotted him out from above. But I do think that they're going to be able to grab their vehicles and just get out of there because the rest of the Gascans are very, very split. It's just Nikos that's very, very close. Oh, and Venerated spotting him, like mentioned, is going to get a really nice headshots onto him. Actually take his helmet off. And he's at 17 HP. Guadalajara Gascans, though, trying their best to punish this. It looks like they're still continuing to peek. I mean, you can see Nico's teammates beside Oldless trying to go on ahead and take him out. Valiant on the bike, though. Very, very low. I don't know if his vehicle is moving quite fast enough just yet. Oh, and he moves a little bit closer to the land to try and cut off the sight line. Very, very good, honestly, because that's what made him unable to shoot him any longer at 21 HP. Probably going to go on ahead, heal back up, switch out his vest, and then grab his bike back and continue on with the rotation. It looks like Adam, though, really, really trying to get involved in this, now smoking out his vehicle because he can't deal with his tires getting popped on phase 2. Because look at that, once again popping, actually going away. Oh, Lynxy with really nice hits on the Adam is going to take him down to 20 HP, and now he's going to focus on trying to shoot into the smoke at his vehicle. Throwback, though, after seeing that zone popper, actually going to leave them alone. Doesn't want to get involved with the gas cans. They just got to focus on themselves and continue moving. Are going to rotate into Cobb. Everybody else, after this very hard shift into, honestly, there's so much stuff happening in this zone. Everybody's gonna go on ahead and start making some more movement. I don't know the best place to be in a situation like this. I'd have to say, I think Simply Matthias and Corsac's position is really, really good. I can't say how many teams I've seen play this position and find a really good spot. Usually it's very dangerous to play here because they can be pushed from many different locations, but from here... Ooh. Aw, Valley flipped his bike and got downed. It looks like Venerated is there to save him, though. I was gonna say, a lot of this compound, this location can be pushed on from a lot of spots, but I've seen a lot of guys be able to play here very successfully, and the zone pulling up here. It can happen. From here is kind of like the center point. But they have to be careful, especially in their 2-2 split right now. It's only Corsac and Matthias here, while the rest of them are inside that huge warehouse to the north. Oh, it looks like BNL is getting driven up on from Rise. Chilla directly in front of Wades. Oh, but Wades is going to spot him out, take him down to half HP. And with those last few bullets, Richie B is going to take him down for his teammate. The rest of Rise... not really in that location. Mark will take out Enan here, but the rest of BNL is directly beside him, shooting him from underneath the truck. I don't know if the rest of Rise will get involved. You can see Fox now trying to overlook it. Spotting out Gats will hit him at least once with that 4X mini. Not enough for the down. Will Moratorium be able to see anything from his position? There he goes, spotting out Richie B. Oh, he didn't wait for his shots. So far missing all of them. Oh, there he goes. Hits once, but Wade's shooting him from afar. Really close to him, actually, on the same exact ridge. And it looks like Fox is just going to go on ahead and pick him up and continue driving. A little bit of a stall, though, trying to head up as Silverline is going to go on ahead and take some shots towards him. Will Waits be able to spray one out of the vehicle is the question. This upward hill is going to make it very difficult. You can see Silverline also trying to get the damage, popping a lot of their tires, making this rotation away even harder. Oh, Fox and Oratorium, they somehow made it out there. Looks like Waits is going to get a knock on a Fox. They're in a little bit of a bowl, so Oratorium might be able to go on ahead and get the res onto his teammate, but honestly, this was a horrible rotation for Rise. I mean, not their rotation, like, in general, but with both BNL and SL there, definitely a lot of damage put onto them there. You see the zone once again about to pop. A lot of damage coming out from a lot of locations. Rare Chemistry getting involved with another team. Oh, and it's actually going to go on ahead and pull up to Rare Chemistry there on this northern side. They got a knock onto one of the Nutters. Pankale currently getting rezzed by Aguila. But I mean, they're in a really nice compound actually, split between two. They just have to be careful from Gascans and Nutters. But this zone shift, honestly, I can't remember the last time I've seen a zone shift this far to the north. I think the last time I did was in some sort of oh, what was it? I'm trying to think of it now. I don't know, but this is an insane zone shift. Everybody once again inside their vehicles trying to move. I bet STR is really disappointed with it not going to their church compound at this rate. And here we go. It looks like Vertigo found underrated Palix being taken out as they're trying to go ahead and rotate around them. Brahel's going to go ahead and pick that up. The rest of underrated kind of circling this location. To Dean trying to spot him out. Might have just flipped his bike. They're going to continue on as well. We can see that Gascans actually have a massive split on the northern side here, probably doing this to have information on everybody who comes far to the north side of this zone, but also, as you can see, Adam's trying to push them away here. Might be able to get involved in some of these fights, but Adam's job is to try and shoot Vertigo away. He doesn't want anybody here, but it looks like Sambuca is going to go on ahead and do a lot of damage to his one helm, take him down to 28 HP, and it doesn't look like Vertigo is going to back down. Actually going on ahead and moving a little bit closer, and after Adam realizing it's going to go on ahead and back up. Speak of Throwback once again might go on ahead and meet up with Gascans again as they're making a very far to the north rotations. Nikos is in the compound to their left, another one to the right. Where are they going to end up going? It looks like Oldness is going to get a lot of headshots onto the members of Throwback, and they're going to stop in the field. I'm very worried. Nope. And there we go. Both Oldness and Nikos are going to take down Vegas and Linksy here. The rest of Throwback made as far to the north as possible at this compound, but it's only 2 of them left. I don't know quite what happened. I mean, Gascans didn't really start shooting to reveal where they were located until they had that advantage there. As you can see further inside zone, Orion and Epic Flank are in a fight. Currently, Orion just down to 2 members of Stone Skazka, taking out another one of Epic Flank. Brandon Heat now downed. It looks like it might just be down to Noel. He is, and he has a little bit of cover at this ramp right now, but I don't know if he'll be able to go on ahead and save the rest of his teammates. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. Looks like BNL is also directly above them, probably fighting 2 teams at once. He's going to have to go on ahead and ignore his team. I don't think it's possible for him to get the reses anyway, and he's going to go on ahead and find cover inside of a little shack for now. Let's go take a look at what exactly BNL is doing. Looks like they're currently shooting at Silverline Esports right beside them. It looks like Noel is interested and hears them as they're shooting, currently with a 3x barrel. I don't think he's going to be getting involved. Nope, he heard that shooting and he wants to go ahead and run away from that. Gatsiki, there's someone inside there. Oh, this is actually a really nice distraction. Thinking that there's somebody in there with that smoke is going to use a little bit of his utility, throwing a Molotov to try and flush it out. But there's nobody there. Oh, and here comes Noel. It looks like Epic Flank will be eliminated, though, as Skazka gets the last kill onto them. He was pushing down into their location. I think he ended up almost winning that fight, as Skazka's at 2 HP currently. It looks like on the southern side, things aren't getting easier for Silverline Esports, as 2 of them currently downed. Means it's just down to Brutal, and they're in a fight with SDR, but Gats from BNL is trying to go ahead and third party this. I mean, there's only 1 of them left. He's in the open right now, and this is phase 4 damage. Looks like Brutal, realizing that he's in between 2 teams, is going to go on ahead, grab his buggy, and try and rotate away from this. I mean, SDR, realizing as well that they shouldn't stay there either, making their rotation, ended up leaving one of their teammates behind, so N8 is going to go on ahead and die out. Oh, and at the same time, looks like Rare Chemistry in the center is going to be crashed by Axewound, but are going to be taken out. One of Rare Chemistry looks like, oh no, a few of them. It looks like there's only 2 of them left. Constant and Paradox are the only ones left after that crash. Scotchstock and Snake Eyes were taken out, so it looks like they did at least get 2 points. Ryan on this move is going to spot out Brutal, trying to make his rotation. He's not safe just yet. Now he's inside zone at least, but he has no concrete place to be able to play. BNL now crashing onto Underrated, trying to get involved. Let's go take a look at this. Gats hanging outside of the car here. Oh, running right up onto Hitman. Is going to go ahead and jump out. Richie B getting it down onto 2 of them. That just means Firefighter is the last one alive, currently behind the half wall. And with that last headshot from Gats and that mini, Underrated will be eliminated in 11th. That was just absolute chaos. That is what these zones cause. Super hard shifted zones to unknown locations just cause drive-bys and chaos. That's exactly what the recipe is. And it looks like SDR also trying to find a home, ends up losing Deadeye. It's just down to Lucy freaking Gwen Stacy crashing into this compound once again, but Rare Chemistry after that huge fight with the Axewound will just be 2 of them, and they've already condensed. So now it looks like it's going to be a 2-2 shared compound here for now, and it looks like they're both going to be inside this zone. Vertigo making a very large northern rotation. 2 of them are going to be up on top of this hill, currently getting shot from afar, and right above them is Gascans. Oh, and there we go. EQSKZ spawning him out, taking Nico's down to half HP. The rest of his team now pushing on over. I don't think that they're going to realize Adam from afar getting a knock on the EQSKZ, not wanting to stay where he originally was because of all the nades slowly coming in. Sambuco is going to try and nade their previous location, but they've already made a rotation. I mean, right when you're spotted out, you can't stay because this is exactly what happens. I mean, all the nades come into play. Adam, once again, doing a lot of damage to Rahel, taking him down to 20 HP is going to make him have to step away. And that just means the rest of these guys have to try and watch their angles. Oldless is going to spot out EQ SKZ on this now, throwing some Molotovs to try and flush out Sambuca. Actually, this fight might happen a little bit sooner. No. He ends up backing up after running into that Molotov to try and heal. Otherwise, it's just a little bit of a utility battle on this other side, but it looks like Slapper's hearing all this fighting, getting involved, spotting out Gascans on the edge of the road there, and they're trying to spray them right now. They do have a little bit of cover though. Sambuca from Vertigo is going to get down into Oldless. Nico's being followed shortly after from Slappers, and there we go. The last kill going to Slappers. Guadalajara Gascans is eliminated in 10th, and now the fight will continue between Vertigo and Slappers. Sambuca going for a pushover is going to spot out Corsac, get a really nice 4x M4 spray onto him. Spotting out Simple Matthias is going to take damage to him as well. We can see in the distance in this minimap, it looks like BNL, Enan, and Wades might be a little bit interested in what is happening over here. And that would definitely be bad for Vertigo and Slappers as they're both outside of zone. That looks like Hambino is going to get down as well. Silent did in fact get a knock on to Clean, but Sambuca is going to go ahead and trade him out. It looks like BNL now choosing their time to strike is going to go in the favor of Slappers, kind of, by taking out Vertigo, and now it's just down to Simple Matthias and Sambuca. Looks like Sambuca is trying to heal on up, but he heard Simple Matthias start to push. And here he comes pushing on over, and Sambuca is going to go ahead and spot him out from his position. Now he has a chance to heal, but he needs to do it quickly because here comes BNL, Enan, and Wades pushing aggressively up onto this, knowing that Sambuca is still alive. Oh, Sambuca with another knock. Wades is going to be able to spot him from the side, though. Currently has some healing, and that is going to be it. That was a very, very nice run from Sambuca there, but Vertigo now eliminated in 8th. At least got a little bit of placement points as well, and looks like Wades is going to be successful with the res onto Enan. Looks like Rare Chemistry not getting a break is going to go on ahead and be crashed by Nutters. They were neighbors for a while inside the zone, but it looks like they don't want to stay complacent in their location any longer, especially with that big fat 0 kill. So now Nutters, I mean, they probably didn't have to use any of their utility so far this whole game. Now taking this opportunity to do so. Spotting out Constant. Agla is going to go ahead and be the aggressive pusher and take out one. Paradox trying to provide cover from above, though, while the rest of Nutters push in. Pankill is going to go on ahead and get the last kill. Rare Chemistry taken out in 7th place now. I think definitely SDR hearing that fighting, knowing that Nutters are going to be pushing soon. If they paid attention to that kill feed, they know that none of them were taken down or out. And it looks like when Stacy trying to get a little bit involved in at least something will get spotted out by Wades. Lucid Freak now trying to help out and spray him off, is going to catch on fire a little bit here. This is definitely not a good situation for SDR to be in, especially now at half HP, and it looks like Wades is being aggressive on this push. And he's going to go on ahead and flush out Gwen Stacy with all of that fire. He can hear Lucid Freak still inside. Oh, Lucid Freak, he cut himself on fire. No, that's it. He's in the fire. Oh, I was going to say, Lucid Freak had the right idea trying to open the door to get the shots onto Wades, thinking that he still had utility out, but it was just a second too late, and Wades probably thinking that the fire wasn't going to continue spreading, he threw it into that corner, so right when the door opened, it definitely spread. It does look like BNL, Enan, and Gats, though, are going to make it there. Oh! Just in time. At 1 HP, they're going to continue to be a 3-man. I don't think that they can get their 4th. Yeah, there's Richie B currently bleeding out down below in the complete open to Orion. Oh, it looks like Enan's gonna go on ahead and actually flush Enan out Richie B out as well. Fox here for Arise has been alive for a really, really long time. A little bit of a shout out to him, I guess, for being able to survive so long. He has no vest, barely any helmet left, and no meds. Permanently at 79 HP for the rest of this game. It'll be interesting to see if he'll be able to do anything here. Oh, but I think Ripper knows of his existence. That answer is a yes. Looks like Ripper went on ahead, ran over there, tried getting a little bit of a headshot onto him. Instead, Fox is going to stand up and be aggressive. Love that. Going to do some damage to Ripper. But I mentioned the utility. They didn't really have to use it so far. They're going to go ahead and use it. Try and chuck it on over. Fox using his last util himself is going to try and make a little bit of rotation away. He should be safe there. for a while, but no, it looks like BNL went ahead and spotted him out. Same with Orion, actually. Oh, is that one gonna be it? Throwing one last nade. Jam is gonna toss it. Oh, and it's gonna land right beside him. Fox was at 79 HP permanently, but now it looks like he's 21. The zone is actually going to go in favor of Nutters. Nutters is currently the only person inside this zone. I mean, the hard shifts are just not forgiving whatsoever. And it looks like the rest of Nutters, realizing the situation they're in, are going to go ahead and condense. That means that both BNL and Orion are going to have to get inside of this zone. So Nutters on this, they went ahead, backed up, condensed, and now they're setting up for all these drives to come into play. I mean, why do anything more if you don't have to? Like, the two of them, if they decided to stay up there, like, they definitely don't have to. Why do the work that the blue zone is going to do for you? So because they went ahead and pushed back, the blue zone is going to force both BNL and Orion to come in. And honestly, as I'm flying around, I don't really see anything that's playable. I think Orion might drive to this rock, and that's about it. Oh, but on their drive, it looks like both Skaska and the SKSK are going to be taken out with those shots from BNL. It looks like Pankill actually going to knock on the Wades here, instantly having to go try and get a res onto him, leaving just Enon to try and take out the last of Orion. It looks like Aso is, in fact, going to successfully make it to some cover, but barely at 2 HP. So this is a really interesting setup here. We can see that BNL still has 3 up, a so for Orion with just himself, and then Fox the last for Rise versus the entire 4-man of Nutters. Looks like Agla actually being a little bit aggressive, pushing up the hill as BNL is trying to be aggressive onto Orion. If Agla decides to continue to be aggressive here, you can definitely... Oh... It looks like it's so getting a knock on a Gats. Wade's gonna go on ahead and get the trade back. Agala not being enough, not being aggressive enough, isn't going to be high enough to get involved. And honestly, I think he's not, because he's worried of Fox, and rightly so. He definitely could have done damage, but it looks like Enon is gonna go on ahead and fix that problem for Nutters. And now Nutters, the 4-man, is versus the 3-man of BNL. BNL, they got in second place last time. Will they go on ahead and secure the first place this game? Right now, it definitely looks like Nutters has the advantage of the zone size, at least. This next zone popping, actually completely taken out BNL, now outside in blue. The only thing that could happen here is that, actually, Wade's getting a knock on Agala with those nades. If they start taking a bunch of 1v1 situations, it'd definitely be bad. Ripper, knowing that he can just stay back and wait for them to overpeak, is the play. I don't know if I'd go for that res. Do the rest of BNL have utility? The answer is definitely yes. And there we go. Now using the smokes to try to run out. Ripper now in those smokes, needs to be careful. Looks like Wade's knows that. Oh, he gets knocked though from Ripper from the side. I was gonna say he got bolted from Painkiller Jam, and now it's a 2v2 situation. They know about where Ripper is. Enon taking down a half HP, about to run into Gats. There we go, the headshot with that barrel. It's now just down to Enon left, and Ripper is going to get the last few kills onto them. Nutters wins our second game here, sorry, our next game here, with 5 total kills in a first place. That's a 15-point game for Nutters, and honestly, that was very nicely played. Definitely was getting a little bit worried there. I mean, it was just down to a 2v2 situation. I don't know if that should have happened. I think Nutters definitely had the opportunity to stay back a little bit and wait for BNL to make an aggressive push into the open, but they still won in the end, so that still was a really, really well played thing for them. I also really like that they didn't stay passive inside their center compound. They knew that they wanted some kills, so they went on ahead and pushed up onto Rare Chemistry and picked some of those up before fighting in the very end. Very well played, some nice zone shifts, and that means we're going into our next game very, very shortly. I'll be back with the leaderboard. Don't go anywhere, y'all.
rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we danced underneath the light of the street lamp. Ooh. chest. But the dreams I have, they stay alive. Cause you know it's ride or die. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping. Losing my teeth, baby, I'm flying for no reason. I've been dreaming, well I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. Watching the bands, working the weekend. Thinking about how I remember all these feelings. Right in this moment, I'm making no man. Riding on this damn, won't stop until I own it. Always turn to second guess, weighs heavy on my chest. But the dreams I have, they stay alive. Cause you know it's ride or die. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping. Losing my teeth, baby, I'm flying for no reason. I've been dreaming, well I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming.
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo. Once again, we're about to go into our last game of Miramar before moving on to our last 3 games on Erangel. Let's take a look at those leaderboards. Here is the leaderboard from that past game. You can see Barely Not Legal getting a total amount of points here at 22 and Nutters in 15 points total as well. So very similar to our last one actually. Barely Not Legal, they got second place but got more points than the person who got first place because they're just absolutely murdering everything. Look how many kill points they have. They have 16 kill points. That's absolutely insane. But let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard and see how it's changed it as well. We can see Guadalajara Gascans still in first with 109, and now Barely Not Legal are coming really close with 96 total points. Then Throwback with 93, then a really big shelf Slappers only with 60 points, Nutters with 58, San Diego Rarity 42, Vertigo 38, and Silverline Esports with 36. And then, I mean, you can see the teams right below there. Orion, underrated, Axewound with 31, 30, 25 points respectively. I mean, all these guys, what is that, like a 10-point game really of difference? Like Orion could definitely go on ahead, overtake Silverline Esports in one game. Like all these guys, like Silverline Esports cannot afford a bad game. Same with Vertigo, same with San Diego Rarity. So we're gonna go on ahead and watch that, see if they do or do not. Let's take a look at our last plane path on Miramar here. See, starting in the south this time and ending in Alcantara. Everybody already going ahead and jumping on out. Let's go on ahead and zoom in a little bit to see more details. You can see Gascans going around Puerto Paraiso. Throwback going underneath Los Leones as per usual, with Nutters taking the north side of Los Leones. Epic Flank seem to go a different location every single zone, it seems. Vertigo having to go on ahead and take the compounds around this spot because it doesn't seem like they have their usual drop spot. Underrated and Chuma as per usual. Oh, and it looks like once again a lot of these teams are waiting for the very end. Rare Chemistry contesting Slappers around Cobb, and it looks like Rise is trying to take the vehicle that Corsac currently grabbed. And now Chilla is going to continue on with the looting, and if Corsac didn't spot him out, could end up surprising them. But seems like it is fine so far. We see a lot of bullets actually from another Rise member. Fox currently trying to take out Snake Eyes as he was parachuting, but he is in fact going to hit the ground in time to not be shot out of the sky. Now that everybody has landed, though, we can still see Vertigo and... oh no! Vertigo driving straight towards Epic Flank! I think there's 2 in that car and only 1 in Badger X's. Oh, totally could have scared him off. It looks like Badger X is definitely ready to go ahead and turn around, but the rest of Vertigo are going to continue on into Minas to loot up. And look at that zone, our first zone for our last Miramar game here, centering once again just off of Picado, off of Graveyard. Ooh, this zone could honestly go anywhere. It'll be interesting to see where, though. I think we've seen a lot of spaces from last night at this point, so let's see if this is going to give us a new one. However, it looks like because the zone is so centered and because of the plane path, everybody should be able to go on ahead and get in here quite easily. I'm a little bit concerned on the farther side of where the plane path was because there's currently 3 teams directly on top of each other. If they start making some of these rotations, they might be very much on top of each other in there. We're going to go ahead and keep an eye on that. If they leave at different times or if they move far enough away, if they, you know, decide not to shoot at each other or something like that, they could go on ahead and get away unscathed and just make those rotations. We should also keep an eye out on the time. We can see it's already 2 minutes until the play zone starts being restricted. So everybody should start with the early rotations. We can already see BNL, actually Richie B and Enan rotating on out, taking these compounds in the center very, very early. Coming out of Picado there, Richie B's spot is very strong. I've seen multiple zones end there before, and Enan all the way up on top on this shanty compound will probably be able to see a lot from there. I have a feeling that's probably where they're going to be doing a 2-2 split, which I really like. As for everybody else, though, I mean, Rahel, he was all the way down to the south for Vertigo, and definitely hearing that bike come out of Enan here, he might end up getting spotted out, and maybe he was going to go on ahead and go for a little bit of a sneaky play on him. If Enan doesn't expect somebody just absolutely foot pushing in an open field, BNL could lose one early. They've definitely been playing well so far today, getting the most amount of points on our first 2 games. Oh, was he spotted out? What was that? Ooh, Rahel spotting Enan here. Inside another building. He's gonna go ahead and wait for him to come out. Oh, but I think, okay, so those shots were at Rahel. I think one of his teammates must have spotted him, going on ahead and sneaking up on him. Now trading out some utility here, both of them with nades. Fortunately, Rahel's one doesn't hit, and here comes EQSKZ to try and help out, spotting Enan a little bit, doing some damage, and now he's trying to play this little bit of a half wall. EQSKZ knows exactly where he is, and he gets the knock. Enan with that headshot is going to be taken down, and Rahel's going to go on ahead and take it out onto him. Flush it out, secure that point. Here comes the rest of BNL. Gats and Richie B pushing on over to try and help out their teammate who's already dead, though nothing can be done. Oh, and the rest of Vertigo also pushing on over right now. Looks like Waze is going for a little bit more of a southern position up on top of the hill. Let's go ahead and look from his perspective. Definitely going on ahead, grabbing that bike and getting involved very, very quickly, pushing in as fast and as close as possible. This is a 3v4 though, so the barely not legal team has to be careful, especially now with Wade's knocked here. EQSKZ getting a nice headshot onto him with that AKM. Just an absolute nut shot once again with the headshots from him. And now it looks like Richie B and the rest of BNL are going to go on ahead, try and rotate out of here, go back to their previous compound, but spotting SKSK. I think they don't think that they can go to their usual spot anymore. Definitely see that they've now lost some tires. Richie B and Gats could totally be surprised here. SKSK is going ahead and see them if he surprises them here. I don't know if he's in a position to. Currently jumping on inside this building, opening the door, and now he's holding. If he can surprise them, it'll definitely be helpful. Yep, and Gats currently healing all. SKSK loses his surprise here, trying to go ahead and stun that, but gets stunned himself. Absolutely cannot see, completely blinded. He's now the only one here versus 2 BNL members, and I think we can hear the rest of his teammates coming from afar. Yeah, that's exactly what we see in this little feed here. Oh, SKSK though, his arm being shot is going to be the push from Gats. Oh, but because Broke Says comes to help out his teammate, barely not lethal, is going to be eliminated in last place. Broke Status got there in time to save his teammate, like seriously just in time. They're about to completely push on SKSK, who's completely blinded. So now it's going to be Orion with all 4 up with 2 kills. They're going to be able to go on ahead, take this really nice compound, and BNL after their last 2 nutty games are just going to have to go on ahead and sit back and wait to continue on Eringo. Looks like in the distance, and Nutters and Epic Flank are in a little bit of a fight. Badger X currently bleeding out very slowly. And on the northern side here, Rise and Rare Chemistry running into each other. Looks like Rare Chemistry losing Constant, has Paradox just rest, and Rise on the other hand, it might just be down to Marked. It is. Both Fox and Chilla underneath him are slowly bleeding out. These are two of the teams that I was worried about. There's 4 teams up here that are just on top of each other. And I was like, there's no way that these guys are going to be able to rotate away without fighting. It looks like Paradox and Scotchdock has now identified where Marked is. And you can go ahead and tell Snake Eyes, but I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him. At this point, Marked is just going to want to try and run away as fast as possible, continue living. And as a solo, it's not going to be worth it for Rare Chemistry to try and hunt him down. Especially because even if all of them go and try and raid this compound at the same time, they could potentially lose more members. So Rare Chemistry, I think they should continue on their rotation. I mean, Mark will probably gonna stay here for a little bit. Ooh, it looks like he really wants his truck. They're gonna go on ahead and wait for now. Back inside zone, though, we can see Nutters and Throwback in a fight. Lynxie down to 5 HP, actually getting shot from afar, trying to dodge all those bullets, but Palix from Underrated is, in fact, going to get the knock. Venerated now trying to run over to save him. I'm so worried here. Just one headshot onto him, honestly. But it seems like he's going to be fine. Nutters now trying to throw out some stuns and such. Some utility to try and hurt Throwback. Where's the rest of them? Looks like the rest of Throwback are far to the south here, trying to shoot Jam and Pancale off. Definitely protecting them from some sort of a push over here. Looks like the fight between Rise and Rare Chemistry is still happening. I guess he was unable to successfully grab his truck. He shot at Rare Chemistry. Now Rare Chemistry is stopped. Oh, he took out Snake Eyes. Look at that. Snake Eyes currently down. It's just Scotchdock and Paradox left. I think they need to be pushing aggressively on this, but they're just not. It's a 2v1 situation. If they don't push aggressively now and just clean this up, they're going to be taking a lot of unnecessary blue zone damage. But there we are. Mark's going to go ahead and spot out Scotchdock, trying to go for a little bit of a spray at him. Isn't going to hurt him, and now realizing that he's holding that angle is not going to peek again. Ooh, okay, good. He ends up finding a little bit of a med. At this point, I feel like they probably don't have many. Ooh, it looks like they have a few. Looks like Mark's going to go on ahead and actually use it to heal on up, expecting Rare Chemistry to go on ahead and push on over, especially with all of that util coming into play. I don't think that's going to go far enough with that underhand throw. Honestly, I think Rare Chemistry just all needed to go on ahead and grab their vehicles and make a rotation out of here, or push this all together just to flip this out to continue moving. This is going on for way too long, and it's going to only end up hurting them in the end with the 2 up. With 2 up, they can still continue playing the game, but playing far outside zone here is just, they're just not playing the game. There we go, Scotchdock pushing on over. They're not playing together, and because of it, Marked for Rise Esports with 4 kills in total is going to win. There is a little bit of a celebration as well. I mean, he's going to go ahead and loot them, and he'll go grab that bike. Honestly, at this point, it's probably the better decision to try and get in zone as fast as possible. Looks like Nutters... Oh! Looks like Nutters was eliminated from the fight with Throwback, and now there's a fight currently with Slappers only and Silverline. They look like they took out FightGo, and now they're trying to fight with one of the members, G-Price, stuck on the side of this rock here. Looks like the rest of them now slowly coming forward to try and help out Red Rider, and Brutal is coming from the south. And it looks like Corsac is going to find out Red Rider, though, with that headshot with that M4. See, G-Price cannot see from all this smoke, so he's just trying to spray on over there to help out. But Corsac and Simba Matthias, I mean, they have the cover of the rocks. And with that last nade, though, it's going to land directly inside of G-Price's little dip there. Take him down, just meaning it's down to Brutal for Silverline. Spotting out Hambino from afar, just one more bullet would get the knock into him, but Hambino gets the cover in time. in Silverline Esports, what is the call? Are you going to continue taking this fight, or are you going to try and live as a solo? It looks like getting in that vehicle is going to try and live, but Siler's peeking on over is going to get the spray and the kill. Silverline Esports is going to be taken out in 11. Taking a look at the zone shift, it looks like it's going on ahead, going to the west. Did you grab the truck or the vehicle? The bike, there we go. He is in fact taking the bike. The bike is faster than the truck. It looks like Axewound down to 3, losing luck already this early on. Ended up getting a really nice bolt shot onto one of the underrated members, but didn't end up getting to see it. Looks like there is the res coming on out, though. They're just taking this opportunity to try and damage their neighbors around them. You know, destroy their armor, make them use meds, pop tires, anything to give yourself even a little bit of an advantage for the rest of this game. The zone is very, very close to popping. We can see everybody now just getting inside zone, or little stragglers of Throwback, Gascans, and Rise. But with that next zone shift, it's going to choose the south. So all these guys on the northern side are going to have to go ahead and try and figure out where to play down here. I think Hitman for Underrated needs to make a decision to go play with his team. And it looks like he is by getting inside that vehicle. There he goes with the bike. They were trying to do a little bit of a split there. Oh, wow. Looks like the last member of Epic Flank, Brandon. He is going to go on ahead and stay in this shack as his home. I'd definitely be crouched here. I'd be worried. Like, what if somebody, like, peeks over that ridge right there and just goes, pew! But he is going to be fine for now. Looks like his car isn't going to be fine, though, as Orion pops his tires, makes so he can escape. He's now stuck in that shed for the rest of this game. He was centered before. As a solo, you usually want to go on ahead, find somewhere centered, find a little shack to go on ahead and play in for a while, and hope that the zone continues to pull to you. But it looks like Brandon Heat outside on the edge now at 12 HP actually is probably not going to get the next zone shift, so that's why he tried to move aggressively, but Rahel from Vertigo is actually going to find him out because he had the angle. The rest of Orion couldn't see. They were just putting bullets into that vehicle, but Rahel on the side was able to spot him on out. It's definitely tried looking around after Orion was taking some shots. You know, everybody wants to try and get involved in every fight possible. Looks like it's so angry that they took one of their kills. Is going to go ahead and get a knock onto EQ, SKZ, and actually get the flush as well. Now he's going to go ahead and back off. It does look like he got headshot there, so he's going to have to heal. Hopefully there's another helmet for him inside of this compound, but now they're going to be happy on top of their compound. I'm a little bit worried that SKSK is all alone over here. Everybody could be making these rotations, but speaking of rotations, it looks like Slappers is going to go on ahead and meet up with Gascans, both trying to make rotations in here. Hambino and Darsap already down. Silers actually spots out Nikos and does a lot of damage to him, but he's stuck in a bin. Just one nade to do it, and speaking of that, Nikos gets that nade directly, and they're making a little bit of a basket. Silers is down. Looks like the resident Hambino is successful, but Simply Matthias now continuing to try and get these reses. It's going to be really, really hard, especially now because Oldless going for an overview on top of these buildings, can just look down and wait for them to make their appearance. He doesn't have any more offensive util though, using a little bit of a stun, trying to make an even more better rotation to get a sight line. Here comes Adam, though, pushing in very aggressively, getting a knock on one. Looks like Hambino will get a knock on one. It's down to Hambino and Sleepy Matthias, but there's just too many for Hambino to be able to handle on his own. Now, Sleepy Matthias has to fight all of Gascans, and they know about where he is, spraying into all that smoke. Ooh, definitely was hoping that that nade was going to go on ahead and work there if he had just even gotten one. Oh, but that nade is going to go on ahead and get a headshot onto Oldless. I don't think he's going to be able to get down, though, because he made it out of the fire in time. Yep, he made it out, and he's already healing on up. Matthias now has to go ahead and play a little bit of a secrets spots. He can try and rat out, maybe be able to get the down and the flush onto one of them, but tries to go for the rotation in the open, and Honey Badger was watching it. Slappers only will be eliminated in 9th place. It's just unfortunate that they made those rotations in the same location, but it looks like it's going to be Gascans that comes up on top. All four up, all four kills already, and now they're going to grab the vehicles and continue on to get inside this zone. What I was going to say before that fight happened is it is now phase 3 into phase 4. That usually means it wants to take out water or unplayable terrain. You can see the terrain on the map that is unplayable. It shifts off of that, and it looks like that is exactly what this zone did. Shifting off of the north, going to the south is going to go and give a nice center to Underrated. Looks like Throwback is in entire control of the southern side as well, actually. The only team down to the south, Rise Esports, it was just down to Marked, rotating right into Vertigo. And it looks like Rahel will be taken down as well, though, meaning that Vertigo is just down to 2. Oh, here comes the rotations from Gascan. They end up catching out Honey Badger. The rest of them trying to continue out the rotation. Orion trying to do damage, spraying into them, but will not catch out any more. Oldless Nikos and Adam are going to continue the rotation, get this rock, and find the cover on this shed. That's honestly really the only place that they're going to be able to play for now. Everything else is already taken. There's really only ridges left. Orion still's to come down now, though, and you can see Skazko is trying to drive out. Oh, the vehicle is using a first aid, it seems. Oh man, it looks like, I was gonna say, it looks like Skazko is trying to make a rotation, is taking out super low, tried driving back to lay down and heal, but he was not completely LOS from Axewound. Now here comes the rest of Orion. They know that they want to crash onto something. They have 3 up. This could be a big crash. Oh, onto Axewound, but it looks like they went ahead and popped some tires. The rest of this crash will come through, though, from Orion, and now Axewound has to worry about Orion. We can see in the distance the Vertigo is eliminated. They tried making a rotation through Throwback, but I mean, Throwback had all 4 up, and they were just able to go on ahead and surround them. Ended up missing that, but here we go because of the push onto Axewound from Orion. It looks like they already got 1 down and a flush onto Hades. The rest of them are going to continue pushing on in. Getting another knock actually onto Cookie Jams from SKSK means that Axewound is just down to 1 member left, and that's Parmesan, and he's currently inside of this long building. From here, I don't know if he's going to go risk rezzing his teammate, but otherwise he knows that there's at least 2 other people inside of here. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to go on ahead and play a little bit of a safer location. Here comes SKSK as well, meaning that Orion now has all 3 of their members here. The push is already happening. Looks like Parmesan tried to go on ahead and punish that by spraying at the vehicle. Now here's some nades. I don't think these are going to catch any of them, but it might dissuade them from pushing for a while. Oh, that nade just barely not making it inside that window. You can see Aso knows exactly where he is with that actually suppressed red dot barrel. Gonna head and take a look at this zone once more. It looks like Throwback starting to get involved. Vegas is actually gonna get a knock onto one of them. SKSK currently down behind a little bit of a half wall, but I don't know if the res is going to be possible. Looks like they might be attempting it anyway, now throwing out a lot of smokes. So in broke status. I mean, they probably would be able to get the res onto him, but they don't want to risk it right now. They could probably use that half wall as cover. They do have enough smokes. You can see the Gascans is now pushed on over, especially since Orion is so distracted by Parmesan that's going to let Gascans push even closer inside of the zone. And it looks like they actually got gifted. Did one of them get 3 gear? Yes, Oldless now has 3 gear and a Groza. If his armor was hurt before, it is no longer. Wait, did they have one before? Yeah, no. So now it's just a waiting game here. Phase 5, everybody is just inside the zone. Honestly, Phase 5 with 16 people alive is not a lot at all. Looks like they're actually going on ahead and pushing on over, seeing what is playable to them. Axewound is actually going to go on ahead and die to Blue Zone. Looks like they were getting shot from multiple teams as he was trying to make it the start of his rotation. Here comes Blue Zone. I think Gascans now setting themselves up, waiting for Orion to try and make the rotation out to get into zone. Gascans, all they have to do here is wait and use these ridges as their cover. Oh, here we go. A little bit of damage into one. Oldest with the Groza will get the spray into Baroque status. He's just assumed left. Currently using that half wall as the only cover that he has. Now trying to make an entire run for it as a Molly comes in, but that is going to be it. Orion eliminated in 5th. That is at least 3 placement points for them. We know that they got from placement points, some points from kills as well. So as long as they had 6 to 8 kills, 6 to 8 points, that's not a loss of a game. I mentioned before that in tournaments, points matter, definitely, obviously, and 6 to 8 points is the minimum that teams should be aiming for. Obviously, you want more than that, but 6 to 8, as long as you get 6 to 8, no matter how bad the game, hopefully you're happy, you know? So on this next zone shift, it's actually going to pull to the south again. Throwback is in such a great position here. It's going to be Gascans that are going to have to push into the position of underrated, and it doesn't look like they're entirely paying attention. Hitman and Alex trying to watch, actually spots out Oldest, but Oldest, hearing that grows, are probably going to scare them a little bit. Stuck on this northern compound. It looks like STR is going to be able to go ahead and chill out there for a while as all these teams are fighting. They're just going to go ahead and gain the placement points as people go out. Throwback getting involved. Lynxie's going to get a knock on to Adam. Oldest inside. Oh, spotted out by one of the members. Looks like he's trying to go ahead and push aggressively after that, but he is going to successfully get away. And then Palix with the nade is going to go get the flush on Adam and the knock on to Nico. So he was trying to go for the res. So now it's just Oldest left. It looks like he's going to try and res Nico's venerated, taking down Firefighter. Yeah, I was going to say, underrated know that they need to go ahead and make a push off of this. It looks like they'll find one, but Tadine now alone. Oh, will instantly get traded out from teammate Hitman. Very good. I'm so glad that they were right next to each other because that is what allowed it to happen. You should never push something without one of your teammates because the trades in this game are vital. So got that trade, instantly got to res Tadine. If he wasn't right behind Tadine, Oldest could have just got the knock and the flush. Unfortunately, while that happened, Firefighter ended up bleeding on out. So underrated, now down to 3 members, has to deal with the 4-man of Throwback and the duo of SDR. Looks like SDR ended up being able to get inside zone as that fighting was happening, but Throwback already going on ahead and identifying where one of them is. Gwen Stacy, very low HP. Oh, the Molotov not going to spread over the roof on this side. Is going to go on ahead and save him. Yep, he was 10 HP there, by going on ahead and healing. You can see that the rest of Throwback, though, trying to make a rotation. Valiant spotting his head, actually trying to go for those shots with that 8x mini. Not quite going to be able to hit them because of the vehicle. And Lucid Freak now trying to protect his teammates, also starting to make some rotations. And Gwen Stacy instantly going on ahead, backing on up and going to this bowl. We've seen so many teams. We've seen teams actually bring vehicles into this bowl and play here. We've seen it in the highest tier level of play as well. It's just like that bowl can be insane, and it just so happens to be in this zone. So now with only 3 teams up, the zone is too big for them. So having to use the blue zone to persuade these guys to get closer and continue fighting. Here comes the next shift. And once again, honestly, Throwback is in the best position again. So underrated are going to have to leave their compound, and Vegas is clearly in a position to hold them out. Actually, I think the rest of these guys can see them as well. Yeah, Lynxie can see them as well. So Vegas actually going with get the first knock onto Tadine. Means underrated now has just 2 up. It looks like they were given a little bit of a gift. The game was like, I'm so sorry you're outside of zone, here's a present, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it. Looks like Hitman wants it though, as the res onto Tadine is coming into play. But if Vegas is watching that, they might be able to punish it. Here comes a nade. Will it bounce right on there? Oh, it actually looks like it was close, but Hitman only just started pushing out, so not going to quite damage him. I don't think he knows where it is, though. Nope, I don't think Hitman could find it. And another knock on the Palix. They just keep peeking, and Throwback could just keep winning their peek fights. And here comes Hitman trying to do some damage to Vegas. He does, in fact, hit him a few times, but now Lynxie spotting him out through all that smoke is going to do his own. Now it is too late to try and do anything else. All they can do is now throw these smokes, try and get inside the zone, take the fights. But all of Throwback, knowing this, are trying to focus very intently. And it looks like underrated kind of going for a little bit of a split here. Oh, Palix is trying to play inside as Hitman pushed out to Dean, going for a different location. As they're treating your teammate, you gotta push, man. There's too many of them, though, for just Hitman to be able to take on. And he's going to continue on try with the location. Lynxie's going to get the kill onto Palix. They've spotted out Hitman. There's just too many of them. Oh, I think Venerated might have spotted him once again. He's just inside zone here, but Throwback will probably just going to go on ahead and push aggressively onto this once they realize he's actually made it inside zone. Oh, and it doesn't even matter. Deep in the fire, there's no way of healing through that if you're going to continue to stay in the flames. So Venerated is going to pick up another kill, and it's just down to Dean. Lynxie thinking he knows exactly where he isn't actually correct. With the little bit of a stun there, is going to take him out. Underrated eliminated. Throwback with 11 kills now. Throwback has also been playing really nice games so far today, and now all they have to do is deal with the SDR. Venerated spotting out Gwen Stacy means just down to Lucid Freak, and with those last shots, Throwback is going to win our last Miramar game of today with 13 kills, 23 points game. Very, very well played by Throwback. I mean, just a big shout out to them. They got to keep all 4 of their members up there, and they just absolutely destroyed that. I mean, we saw that hard shift. On that hard shift, they were in control of the entire South, and from there, anybody who ran into them, they were instantly killed, and then they were aggressive when they needed to be. They honestly just had a really strong position. No one was able to contest them for it, so definitely some good macro coming out from them. And just look at that, Venerated and Lynxie both with 6 kills, then Valiant with 1. Just very, very well played out from them. So now that is it for Miramar. We have 3 more games left. All of them are going to be on Erangel, and that will be it for round of 64. I'll be right back with that leaderboard, y'all. See y'all soon.
Flying for no reason. I've been dreaming what I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming. Maybe I'm sleeping. Losing my teeth, maybe I'm flying for no reason. Get this soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. that you did. Doesn't matter what you say, sometimes it just won't work. Get it all out, but you gotta get it all. Get it all out, but you gotta get it all. Get it all out, but you gotta get it all. Get it all out, but you gotta get it Can't you take a step back? We can figure the whole thing out. 'Cause we're too young to be feeling you so. Maybe we met too soon. Maybe I can give you the moves. When you shoot for the stars, you might just crash and burn. It doesn't matter what you say, little things will get in the way. It doesn't matter what you say, sometimes it just won't work. Get it all out, but you gotta get it all. Get it all out, but you gotta get it all. Get it all out, but you gotta get it all. Get it all out, but you gotta get it
Hello everybody, sorry for the delay. There has a restart of the lobby and now I got the infinite load bug, which is always very, very fun. So I'm trying to get into the game right now. I know the game is starting. There we go, there's the reconnect match, but as they're probably already in the plane, I wanted to go on ahead and start talking as I'm doing things, so sorry if I'm a little bit scattered. But hello, I'm SpanCargo. Let's take a look at that leaderboard as I'm loading back in. And there it is, we see Gascans still in first place with 119 points. Right behind them, I mean, Throwback has been having nuts games so far with 116, barely not legal there in third with 96. Then Slappers only, Nutters, Rarity, Vertigo, and Orion. I mean, we can just see that these guys have been swapping those last few spots that are going to go ahead and qualify quite a few times. It's pretty insane here. So these guys still dependent on these last three games, going to go on ahead onto Erangel. Let's take a look at that plane because it's now loaded, and as we can see, everybody has in fact already gone and jumped off of the plane. So let me go on ahead and update really quickly. There we go. So like I said, sorry about that. It looks like it was some sort of a plane pass starting on Island and ending up on Severity. Not quite sure which direction it went, but phase 1, we know for a fact here, is centering directly below Yaz Naya. It doesn't look like anybody going for an aggressive play have dropped on each other either. We can still see that there are 14 teams all still up. Already starting to make their rotations very shortly actually as well. So we're only 2 minutes in. Definitely didn't miss too much here. So definitely a little bit rushed on the scoreboard. So just a reminder that the top 8 teams of these qualifying rounds are going to move on to the next round. So this is round of 64. There's 3 other lobbies other than mine. And then round of 32 are going to be 12 more games with the top 8 from each of those lobbies. So there's going to be 2 lobbies over there. And round of 32 is happening this weekend. So on Saturday and Sunday at 7 p.m. EST. And I'm hoping that one of them will be on my channel, but I will definitely update you guys as soon as I know. Spark will also update you guys. So if you follow me on Twitter at SpanCargo, if you follow them on Twitter, PUBG Spark GG, you guys will get those updates very quickly. So. But now, it is now almost 4 minutes in, so a little bit done with announcements. Going ahead and focus on this game. If you guys do exclamation point leaderboard, you guys can go ahead and follow along. But I mean, so much excitement. Those last few spots definitely are still in reach for a lot of these guys. So teams that we're going to be watching for these last 3 games are definitely going to be underrated. Silverline Esports. Axewound still definitely has a chance, and a little bit of Rise Esports. I don't think anybody else below that will potentially make it, but you know, those are the guys right below 8th place. But then we definitely have to keep an eye on Orion and Vertigo, San Diego Rarity, and Nutters as well. All those guys still have to continue to be doing very, very well. Everybody now making some of their rotations in. We can see BNL finally leaving out of Pachinki here, being one of the first people to start their movements. Probably going to go on ahead and stop around Hacker Compound for their first stop. It'll be interesting to see where else they decide to go. We can see that Throwback doing so well today are super spread out from their usual split. They usually go Prison, Shelter, and Trophy there, but it looks like Lynxy went on ahead and took the compound to the north. That's probably where they're going to go on ahead and condense and end up playing from for a while. Epic Flank themselves, it looks like they went ahead and took Yaz as their drop, and they're going to be able to continue playing from there for a while now. I think a good option would probably be to send somebody out into this field, maybe 1 person or 2 people into that wizard tower, not quite sure, or just all condense on one of these sides. Definitely not as spread as they are right now, but they're still looting. Definitely still have time to be looting. It also looks like Gascans and Slappers. I mean, these guys, they definitely like their military drops. Usually Gascans go straight into military and Slappers go to Novo. And it looks like Gascans are actually kind of holding Slappers out. We can see Oldest here, the closest, spotting out Silers, is going to get the headshot and knock onto him. It looks like Corsac is going to successfully get across, but here comes the rest of them. Hambino trying to as well, but Oldest once again with that barrel is going to instantly end it. And Slappers just totally destroyed super early on in this game. It looks like there's only 2 of them left. One of them successfully made it across, but Simply Matthias did not. Honestly, he might just go ahead, drive, and get on this ferry to continue his rotation to the northern side, because I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of Gascans try and wait to hold them out. I mean, they know exactly how many people made the cross. But they also don't want to ruin the games for themselves, so Gascans probably will end up continuing, but Simply Matthias and Corsac will definitely be a while before they can meet up. Ooh! Throwback ended up getting crashed on. We can see here from Vertigo. Venerated just narrowly driving by, narrowly missing, getting knocked there. Ooh, some damage though from Sambuca is going to take him down a little bit to 72 HP. They went ahead, took Junkyard, took Trophy. The rest of Throwback instantly trying to leave those compounds and relocate. We see Venerated, Valiant, and Vegas. I still think Lynxy needs to at least put a V in front of his name. V, I'm Lynxy, you know, so they're all matching. But Vegas is going to go on ahead, pick up that crate, and it looks like he has a Groza and some level 3 gear for himself. Going on ahead, meeting up with the rest of this team. Oh, wait. There is no meeting up with the rest of his team. Innate has 1 kill for SDR. I think Lynxy died. Yep, I'm Lynxy did in fact die. So it looks like they ended up taking too long. So I've mentioned before that if you're going to be doing a huge split like that, you have to know when the teams are going to be coming. So they had sent Lynxie up here to hold this compound. It was definitely the furthest compound inside of their zone here for them. And it looks like they ended up getting crashed on for SDR before the rest of the team could meet up. Definitely took a little bit too long. They ended up getting punished for it by losing a team member. Now SDR has that position. They're sending 2 out to also take the yellows in the middle of the field. They're definitely expecting a Yaznaya field ending here, and honestly kind of hoping for one of those. Are really interesting to watch. It looks like Venerated also went to try and scout for it, realizing that it's full, getting shot at from Yaz as well. It's going to go back up to Valiant and Vegas, currently at Heaven and Hell. Looks like Netter's going on ahead and pulling on up as well. They usually go for these dips, so if you notice, they went here in one of the games beforehand instead of taking one of the compounds, and looks like they're going to go on ahead and do it again. Let's go ahead and zoom out, see what else is happening here. Looks like Sympathize did in fact take a boat and is going to go ahead and meet up with Corsac on the far south here. The rest of Gascans now coming in on the southern side, and otherwise on the very, very edges is going to be Rise and Silverline. Oh, and Orion coming from Stalber, Kameshki. All these other teams end up rotating very, very quickly and get a really nice spot inside these zones. Some of these guys playing the edge might end up suffering as they try to get in. So you can see that it is Rare Chemistry that has taken their spot up here on Volcano. Nice and spread out, underrated directly to their north, playing the compounds up here. Nicely spread out as well, honestly, being able to go ahead and hold 2 of these compounds. But from here, I don't think too much action is going to continue to happen, except for, I mean, Gascans are still clearly looking for a place to play. Ends up taking some shots towards Vertigo, but are instead getting shot at from BNL that are currently on funnel. I mean, you could just hear the bullets from Gats and Enan just flying towards them. Looks like Sambuca is going to get a knock on an old list, though. Looks like they decided to go on ahead and crash. Let's zoom in on this and see what's happening. Clean trying to watch the edges. It's only going to be Nikos here. Oh no, the rest of them ended up coming and pushing. Sambuco taken out from that Molly. Mr. Clean is going to take out another one. Adam is now down, leaving just Nikos to be here. Is he going to push aggressively is the question. Sambuca is going to be taken down. Same with Honey Badger, though. A bunch of trading continues happening, but I think the res is probably coming out right now from Nikos and Adam, and Mr. Clean is in no position to be pushing this alone. Yep, the res is coming out, so Gascans still have 2 up. Oldless slowly bleeding. Honey Badger taken down. And now they have to hold this for the rest of Vertigo to push on this. Oh, Rahel getting spotted out by Adam is going to now be pushed off too. I mean, there's no way he's going to be able to push immediately. Yep, down to half HP. It looks like M Clean is going to be able to evade the rest of Gascan's push here. They have now switched sides. Oh, EQ SKZ going to get a knock onto Nikos, meaning there's just one of them left. Currently trying to nade onto him very aggressively. Adam is holding that. Oh, he was holding the hallway, but that last nade from M Clean is going to take him out. He was probably completely deafened and blind from that previous utility. So Gascans are going to go out almost immediately, and Vertigo with 3 still up and now have 3 kills under their belt. They should have had 4, I believe, but Oldless, I believe, was back here, was stolen from Bianoxy in here with that kill. Zooming out, we can see what happened to the zone while that fight was occurring. It ended up pulling far, far to the west here. Definitely not going to be a Yaznaya Pulianda of his field ending. And looks like Nutters went ahead crashed into Underrated's position, up higher even, and it's going to go ahead and scare Underrated off. Hitman is still inside one of these, though. Looks like he's a little bit stuck trying to get his bike out. What is happening? Oh. I see. I mean, I don't understand, but I see. So it looks like Hitman is gonna go on ahead and hang out here inside these apartments with the rest of Nutters for now. Looks like BNL is deciding to stay on funnel and trying to ruin the rest of Vertigo's game. You can see Enan here popping out some of these tires, making them unusable. No longer going to be able to rotate using those. But as we can see, Rahel and Clean seem to have vehicles already. Here comes the last remaining members of Slappers as well. They're going to end up pulling up right in between all of these members of Vertigo. And you can see that Clean has, in fact, spotted them out with that 6S SLR. Currently trying to do a lot of damage onto Simply Matthias. So far, none of these bullets have hit, and it looks like that is going to be it, as the LOS has now been cut off. The line of sight is gone. We saw in the feed that Rare Chemistry ended up getting a knock onto one of Axewound. You can see he was onto Lock inside of this little garage here. Already getting the res, though, is Hades currently. They're inside of Valley 8 there, so they're definitely taking the damage your opponents at any point that you possibly can very seriously, which is good. Looks like Slappers, they try to come in and push into this very eastern side here, but after being shot off by Vertigo, they're going to try something a little bit different and rotate onto the northern side. SDR seemed to be interested in what was happening over here. They heard shots, sent two of them out to try and investigate, but not going to quite find anybody just yet. I mean, if they knew where Vertigo were, like each of them, they probably would go on ahead and capitalize off of that, but they do not. Here we go. The entire southern portion of this is completely open. Imagine if this was a southern shift. We're going to go ahead and keep an eye on this map. But while it does, you can see a bunch of bullets still flying out. Rise Esports and spotting out Vertigo. And it looks like Fico trying to go onto funnel to try and see if it's free. Decides to turn around just in time, honestly, because BNL was still there. And oh, I cursed it. I ended up cursing it. It looks like the zone did, in fact, pull to the south here. And that means everybody's going to have a really hard time trying to get inside of this zone. Oh, Epic Flank ended up making a little bit of a pull out after one of their members was in fact knocked, but Nolan Badrock's going to be aggressive anyway, only as half of a team onto Throwback. You see Throwback ended up coming back. They were starting their rotation away, but they're going to stop to start taking this fight with EF. Null hiding here at whatever this thing is starting to throw some util, completely blind right now, and I think he's taking some damage from Throwback Vegas up the top. It's down to 25 HP after some of those headshots. Almost ran into those flames. He won't quite, so he'll be safe for now. Where's your teammate? Oh, there he is. He's currently playing on the very edge of this ridge. But I mean, Throwback, they've been having an amazing game so far. I wouldn't be surprised if they're deciding to try and be aggressive in here. I don't think they could get some of their vehicles out. Definitely not anymore. A lot of their tires have now been popped. It looks like they're now committed to fight this. And here comes Dr. Claw as well. Oh, but Null from upstairs spots out Venerated at the rock. I don't know if Venerated is going to be able to get res. Here comes Vegas as well. It looks like he's hiding between a lot of smokes. Null has spotted him out, and he's trying to do some damage. Doesn't quite know where he is anymore, and taking some damage from Vegas, also shooting from afar. And we can see that there's actually a huge fight happening on this western side. Orion is going to be the one stuck in the middle and eliminated as Nutters and Underrated try pulling out of their compounds to fight. There's nobody else inside of these smokes. They are definitely dead. They're going to go ahead and nade some of Orion's dead bodies, but right in front of them are still Nutters. They can continue on with the fight. At the same time, it looks like Axewound went and crashed onto Rare Chemistry. It looks like it's a 2v2 left. Constant now just healing on up. Ooh. I don't think they realized that they were in there. He just ran straight in through the door trying to get a res onto Parma's army. Oh, but here he comes! He ends up getting down. I think they only thought there was one left, and it's down to Paradox. Oop. Paradox on 25 HP is going to take the opportunity to go on ahead and res on up. Cookie Jam's also very, very low, is taking his own opportunity to res up Parma's army if Rare Chemistry isn't fast enough. Ooh, it looks like he constant ended up dying out. Oh my goodness, and at the same time, to the north, Throwback, they've been having such great games, are going to go down to the hands of Epic Flank. 3 kills now. All 4 of them are still alive to continue on with their rotation. Go take a look at this. I mean, we know that there's 2 of them up. Only 1 member for Rare Chemistry was unable to go on ahead and get the rest of the teammate. But here we go, Paradox peeking out one of them, spotting out one, snags the other two. But this is super aggressive push, and he was too low. Cookie James is going to go on ahead and get that last kill. Rare Chemistry eliminated in 11th. Axewound now with 4 kills, only 2 up. Like I mentioned, have to get inside of this zone. This zone getting smaller and smaller. Definitely not helping everybody out. It looks like Corsac is now the last one up for Slappers as well. Don't quite know when Simply Matthias was also taken down, probably seen in the kill feed, but I missed it personally. But he was definitely down and out. It looks like maybe it was Vertigo. It was. Vertigo went ahead and got that kill onto Simply Matthias because I only had 3 kills after the fight with Gascans. They ended up taking down one of Slappers. Now with the zone shift, we can see that the center of this is completely open. It's really only Rise and BNL that's in here. If anybody finds out that this compound in the center is free, they're going to go ahead and have a field day. But over here on the side, we can see the Underrated and Nutter's currently in a fight. Getting a knock onto Tadine is going to be the first one, but Hitman trading it out means Palix currently holding the spoiler position really close, waiting for one of them to peek over. There we go, spotting out Jam is going to get a knock as well, but Ripper is there ready for the trade. It is now a 2v2 situation, a 2v3 really, because Tadine is now rezzed. Agala is trying to go for a little bit of a sneaky position, hiding behind this bush, but will Firefighter Tadine spot him out here? Oh no, it looks like Hitman was also down, so it really is just Firefighter and Tadine left. Tadine's kind of going for a little bit of a rotation. I wonder what he's doing. Grabbing the vehicle, might be going for rotation. Looks like he's taking a lot of damage. Firefighter trying to use some molly to be thrown onto the tree. Will do some damage to Ripper with those shots, but they're finding him through the trees as well. And it looks like all of Nutters will be able to go for the reses. So they're going to be fine. Let's see if that nade is going to do it for Firefighter though, and it does. It's going to go on ahead, bounce right into his face. That means Tadine is now the last one up for Underrated, and he has made a rotation to the south. He doesn't want to continue fighting that. It looks like Epic Flank, they were all 4 up, but now it's just down to 2. Dr. Claw and Badger now trying to find cover on this very small shack. Dr. Claw instantly getting flushed out, but Badger, you're right beside the exploding vehicle. Hopefully it doesn't do enough to take him out. It only takes him to half, so he's going to be fine. And all those smokes definitely in a little semicircle around them will protect them from all those angles for now. I think Pankill and the rest of the Nutters probably heard the shooting and the explosion towards them, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go check it out, especially because they have to make a rotation in that direction anyway. It looks like G Price also currently down for Silverline Esports, probably in a fight with SDR. We can see that the shots are being fired currently into their vehicles. Lucid Freak trying to make sure nobody is there and spotting out Red Rider and Faco at that tree. There you go. It's going to be Gwen Stacy gets a knock on the Red Rider. That means it's only going to be FICO left, but Lucid Freak currently getting punished from BNL from behind is going to get knocked. At least he threw out that smoke, so he should be able to play there for a little bit. Oh, but he crawled out a little bit too early. Richie B ended up spotting him, but here comes Innate for the res. G Price is going to go on ahead and bleed out. Rico got the res onto Red Rider. He instantly got headshot though, so he's going to have to go on ahead, pause, and heal up. The zone shifting far to the eastern side. These zones just keep doing that. Zone, it shifts to the east, then shifts to the west. Just hard shifts everywhere. End up seeing what these guys are going to be able to do here. I mean, Silverline, Esports, Red Rider, and FICO, they definitely know that they're going to have to take care of SDR. They're currently outside of zone. Their vehicles' tires are all popped. They for sure know who's in front of them, so why not take that fight? But you can hear in the distance the vehicle movement of Vertigo right beside them. Silverline are going to have to figure out what they're going to be doing very shortly. And in the distance, it looks like BNL ended up running on out. Axewound tried to make a rotation towards Epic Flank, but was taken down by BNL. All of them out, and it looks like the attention has now moved onto EF. We can see that the shots are towards them, but it looks like it's going to be Nutters that spots them out. Pankill getting the knock and the flush onto Dr. Claw. And Jam is going to get the last kill onto Badger as well. Ooh, instantly though, Richie B spawning out Panko is going to be doing a lot of damage to each other, so they're going to be taking some shots back and forth. It looks like Silverline Esports taken out, being pinched between Vertigo and SDR. Means that we're down to 6 teams here. And by 6, I meant 5, because I definitely didn't realize that our last member of Slappers was directly underneath me, and Vertigo is going to go on ahead and spot him out. So Vertigo, now with 3 up, has 7 kills after all of that. Looks like Wade's currently pushing on over to investigate SDR's position. Doesn't realize that literally someone's right beside him, and that person is Gwen Stacy. And here comes the spray. Oh my goodness! Did you guys see that? Wade's ended up flicking straight onto Gwen Stacy. Got the down instantly, went for the flash. Is gonna go on ahead and back up. He doesn't know who else is out there, but he doesn't want to go on ahead and risk it. That was such a close call. I do not know how he made that flick onto Gwen Stacy. That's going to be it. The rest of SDR now just down to Lucid Freak and NA, still currently laid down on the edge of their ridges there. I mean, there's nothing else that they can do, and it looks like Wade's is still going to continue backing on up. He doesn't want to be there anymore, and he's going to go help his team try and get involved with Nutters. So you can see here, Vertigo spotting out one of the SDR members. Oh, is going to take some damage from Rise. Actually, they can hear them right below them, so starting to throw some util. And it looks like Nutters, yep, Nutters and BNL are definitely starting the fight. Getting a knock on to Richie B. We can see he's slowly bleeding up. A Gas might spot him. Oh, but instead Ripper's going to try and go for the flush. Pulls out the Molotov. That'll definitely flush him out. Will it do damage to Gas, though, is the question. Gas trying to get in that fight with Ripper is going to be taken down. Definitely watched the wrong person for that. And looks like Wade's at 20 HP. Is definitely being punished. Here comes the Nate from behind as well. And Nate ended up being spotted out from Nutters. Here comes the nade. Wade's almost running straight into it. It looks like SDR is going to be eliminated right before BNL also is. Both at the hands of Nutters. 12 kills total for Nutters. Still all 4 up. Definitely an amazing feat for them so far. But here comes Rise wanting to get involved in this moratorium, spotting out Ripper. You can see Pancale now trying to make a rotation, spotting out Chilla. Rise definitely have a little bit of the height advantage here, spotting out Marks as well. With that MK is going to do a lot of damage to him. Just one more bullet will do it, and Jam is going to be the one to do so. Jam still trying to hold his own against the rest of them. He's on fire, so he's unable to ADS as the res comes on to Ripper from Pankill, I assume. No, it doesn't look like it's actually possible right now. Agala now throwing a lot of smokes to try and help out, but Pankill's following shortly after. Means it's just down to Agala. He needs to be getting those reses on the teammates, and now he's currently trying to. Rise still at 3 up after losing Marks, down to 2 kills. Here comes Vertigo, and Fox ends up being there as a little bit of a spoiler to try and watch that push. He succeeds in getting one of them Rahels down, but he instantly gets traded out. Here comes EQ, SKZ, and M Clean. Doesn't realize that Rise isn't there. Rise, as the tension is now split. They're in between the last 2 teams. EQ, SKZ is going to be able to go ahead and get the res under Rahel. Moratorium and Chiller now the last 2 up for Rise. Only Ripper and Aguila left up for Nutters. It'll be interesting to see what happens here, especially as the zone is about to shift. And we can see it's going to go on ahead and actually center. So each of these guys have a little bit of equal footing inside of this zone here. Chilla trying to get a little bit, investigate a little bit more onto the compound they had just left. He knows that M Clean must be on the roof here. He's now currently moving to see if he can spot any of them out. Open, there it is. But losing that surprise factor, Chill's going to shoot, not get those hits. M Clean now, I think, probably aware of where he is watching that ridge. They're not going to overpeak anytime soon. Oh, there it is, spotting out Chilla. It looks like Nutters are going to be rotating to the western side, spotting out Moratorium. They can go ahead and continue on with that. Ripper also getting a little bit of a present, getting full 3 gear off of that crate. And Chilla definitely didn't put himself into a good position here in the other building, sharing this with the last 3 man. The rest of them, Rahel and EQ, EQSKZ are actually pushing out to see what they can do with Nutters. Let's go take a look at what Hell can see. Oh, definitely spawning someone at that rock. He's going to go ahead and back up instantly. They now know where one is. That has definitely been called and pinged out. Agala is a little bit further to the north. Rahel's continuing on with the big rotation. It looks like he's going to go on ahead and play a little bit of a sneaky snake roll on this rock, waiting for either of the Nutters to make a rotation towards him. I don't know if the Nutters are going to, in fact, be doing that, but we're definitely going to go ahead and keep an eye on that. Agala definitely being careful, watching the entire northern rotate here on that ridge. I guess Chilla did, in fact, get in this compound very quietly, so the rest of Vertigo, not realizing that he's here, are not going to be pushing. Looks like MClean kind of have some sort of idea. He keeps going on ahead and peeking on over there, probably just doing his usual rounds of watching. Yeah, he has no idea. So I have a feeling this next fight is going to be between Vertigo and Nutters. And then right when that fight starts, we're going to see Chilla from Rise make his appearance. Ooh. Does Rahel hear him? Looks like Agala made an even bigger rotation to the northern side. I mean, if Agala starts running towards Rahel, if he doesn't see him prone at this rock here, that's going to be the demise of Agala. But if he, like, goes on ahead and jumps and sees him prone here... Oh, he ends up hearing out Ripper. He goes for the spray, but Agala, there we go, from the north, is able to see him. Nutters now with 15 kills. You can see that pop up on this screen. Agala with 6 of them, Ripper with 3. Very nicely played so far. I mean, that's just going to go on ahead and make this a little bit more equal. It's now a 1v2v2 situation. EQSKZ and Clean still continue to hold on to this compound. As we can see, it did in fact shift up towards the north, towards Nutters, so they're still going to be able to continue playing up there and not get involved with this fight just yet. And I don't think Vertigo is going to want to push out of where their compound currently is at. They're just going to continue to wait for this next final phase to start pushing everybody in. Chilla here. Honestly, what's probably going to happen is no longer is Vertigo and Nutters going to get in a fight and Chilla is going to go on ahead and push out and try and third party. What's going to happen is the zone is going to start shifting. The Vertigo members are going to push out onto Nutters to try and start the fight, and Chilla is going to shoot one of them in the back. That is my guess. I mean, a solo, even though you're a solo, you're pretty powerless as a solo, and you want to go and hide and continue to stay alive to try and get placement points. You completely have the power to be able to ruin someone's game. In this case, I have a feeling Chilla is going to go ahead and do that. But we'll see. I mean, Vertigo could end up figuring out where Chilla is, push onto him, get another point. Who quite knows just yet? I mean, the zone is going to be closing very, very shortly, and from there we'll be able to watch closely on everybody's rotations. We see EQSKZ trying to push out a little bit. Ripper is making a little bit more of a western rotate. If he spots somebody out over there, it looks like he's using these trees as LOS, not peeking, overly peeking. They want to have them show themselves first. And it looks like Vertigo is, in fact, going to go on ahead and try and flush this out. Peeking in there. Oh, he is going to spot out Chilla here. So now Vertigo is aware that there's someone in their compound. Oh, and Chilla's actually going to get the headshot onto him. Here comes Clean trying to spot him as well. He completely blinded him out with that stun. And now he's trying to throw out those smokes to get the res. But here comes Nutters. They know that they're going for a res here. Ripper going for a spray into Clean, pushing him away from his down teammate. Nutters are now going to be pushing a hard aggressive on this. Ripper might even be able to spot out EQSKZ and get that flush? Not quite sure, but now he's clearly control walking, trying to be very quiet. Clean going on ahead and going for rotation. Here you go, going on ahead, pushing on out. He actually doesn't spot EQSKZ right beside him. Oh, not gonna get that kill for himself. Chilla's gonna go on ahead and take that. And Agala spotting out where Clean is. We'll throw out some stuns, spotting him underneath the car, but Ripper from the side is going to be able to push on over, and Nutters is going to win our first Airingale game of tonight with 16 kills, 26-point game. Very nicely done for them. Honestly, there was a few times there where I thought Nutters were going to be in a very, very hard position. I mean, with the fight over by Cherries on Orion, with Firefighter, with all of those teams, and then BNL at the end. I mean, very, very well played for Nutters. Even actually finding out Rahel and his spot for our second place team there. Definitely stopping the kill on to Ripper. Definitely a big play for them. So very nicely played. Like I said, we have 2 games left of the round of 64 qualifiers. I'll be back shortly with the leaderboard, y'all.
think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo once again for round of 64 of Lobby D of the Spark series. I'm really excited to be here as per usual. I'm also hoping to cast round of 32 as well this weekend, really badly, but let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard before we go ahead and take a look at that plane path. Here is the match report for that last game that we just watched. We can see Nutters up there in first. There were 26 points after that game, and Vertigo with the second most with 16, then BNL with 9, Rise with 9 as well, SDR with 7, Epic Link with 5, Axe with 4, and so on. Very well played for those guys there. Definitely putting a big benefit onto them with the leaderboard. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and take a look at that. Guadalajara Gascans, even though they didn't really have a great game last time, still in first with 122 total points. Very nice. Honestly, that's an amazing score for out of 12 games. Throwback also up there with 116, then Barely Not Legal with 105, Nutters, Slappers Only, Vertigo, SDR, and Orion. Once again, a little bit of movement. Nutters going on ahead and pulling them up into fourth. That's very well played so far. Let's take a look at this plane path though. You guys can go ahead and take a longer look at that with exclamation point leaderboard. If you guys are interested in the other casts, I don't remember if I mentioned this, if you do exclamation point lobbies, you can see who's casting those and jump on and tune into those as well. You know, support all the teams that are currently in round of 64. But here we go, starting up here by Stalber and Kameshki. It's going to be Slappers jumping out first, and at the end of the plane path, Primorsk is going to look like Silverline is going to go ahead and take that for themselves. Everywhere else in between, it doesn't look like there's too much contention just yet, but we're going to zoom in for a little bit more details. Let's do that right now. Here we go. It looks like all these teams going to their usual locations. I mean, teams are definitely really good about this. I've mentioned it before. There's usually not too many hot drops happening in leagues and series like these. The only way that a hot drop could happen, honestly, in something like this is, I mean, you guys have seen it if you guys have been tuning into PGIS and the upset that some of the NA teams have been doing over there in the International League. I mean, if you're very close to qualling, or if you're qualling or not even going to qual, you can go on ahead and mess up somebody else's game by hot dropping on them. If you know, for example, that, okay, we need to kill this team right above us, and we know exactly where they drop, and we're going to go on ahead and take that hot drop, because honestly, if we don't win that, if we don't even attempt to go for a hot drop, we're not going to qual. But if we win the hot drop, we'll qual. Like, why not take those odds, you know? Especially if you're definitely confident in yourself and your team's abilities. Why not go ahead and take that chance? So that is the only time where we're going to go ahead and see some hot drops happening in here. But it doesn't look like anybody's doing it just yet. Usually we see it in the last few games of a qualifier or the round. But I mean, this is our second to last game, and it definitely hasn't happened yet. We'll end up seeing if the last game is going to be different. But so far it is not. Let's go ahead and zoom in on this zone and went on ahead. Phase 1 directly underneath Watertown, currently occupied by Axewound. They have been dropping in Watertown and Rosshawk this entire time. What are you shooting at? Oh, I thought, oh, he was shooting out the basement. Okay, I was like, is there somebody here? Did I miss something? But it doesn't quite look like it. Yep, that's exactly what he's doing. Okay, well, We're going to start getting onto early rotation time here around 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Everybody's starting to make their early. I mean, we've been seeing the same teams be making these early rotations, and honestly, I feel like it's been putting them in really good positions. One of them being Throwback. I feel like Throwback is usually one of the teams that early rotates. Over here, we can see that they're spread out doing their little bit of their prison, junkyard, mansion, heaven and hell splits. So far, it doesn't look like they're quite ready to leave yet this time. So, you know, there's always, you should always go on ahead and try and go for an early rotate if you have that prio, if you know you need to be making a little bit of a move on, a little bit of a push to go ahead and do something. In which they're right beside zone, so honestly they could start making an early rotation to get a nice spot inside. But for all those teams that are super far away, it's usually better to wait. And I mean, we can even see that the military, usually military is one of the teams that goes on ahead and waits, but it looks like Gascans already making their movement, actually not even going to be held out or anything on that bridge. It's going to be Nikos that goes on ahead and makes it up onto this hill already. I wonder where their end goal is going to be. Is it church? Is it west compound right here in front of them? Either way, both of these spots are really good, but it could catch the attention of Barely Not Legal that's currently still looting inside their drop spot of Pachinki. I don't know if their vehicles were close enough for BNL to be able to hear them. It looks like they're still continuing to just leisurely go on ahead and loot on up before making their movements. Hello. But it looks like BNL wants this church and they're going to go on ahead and push on up to here. As for everybody else, though, we can see Orion went on ahead and took Comets. It's actually going to be SDR that goes and takes the Pachinki Hill for now. It looks like our team, Rare Chemistry, up here on these northern Pachinki compounds might get a little bit of a gift. We can see it falling. Well, can I see it falling? There we go. Falling right now down into the field. If they spot that out, they're definitely going to be able to go on ahead and take that quite freely. The only thing that could stop them is if there's somebody on the north, and right now it doesn't look like it. There's nobody on top of Roz anywhere to try and spot that out. Axewound is an Oasis though, but none of them are pushed out on top of this hill. It does look like they're going for rotation though. Honestly, this good rotation would be if they went on ahead and moved into these yellow compounds right here. It looks like Locke is already there trying to play a little bit inside of Ruins. It's a really strong position, especially if it goes on ahead and rotates, if the zone pulls this direction. Oh, it looks like Vertigo here pulling up to shelter. Might be interested in Throwback. We can see them making a rotation. Sambuca now grabbing his vehicle to start continuing his own. I guess they're not going to get in a fight. They're just going over there to check it out, potentially. But here comes Lynxy driving right up to Moonrock, so we can already see in the distance M. Kleena already occupies. I think he sees the vehicle of Rahel and pulls off of it. Honestly, if Rahel didn't do that, he probably would have pulled right up onto M. Clean, and Vertigo could have potentially just gotten a free kill onto Lynxy there. But it looks like the continued rotation will be able to happen, and they're probably going to be able to get away. It looks like Guadalajara Gascans actually wanting inside west compound are going to spot out Barely Not Legal. Looks like Enan was trying to make a rotation towards them, caught out completely in the open, is instantly going to be flushed out. That means BNL is down to just 3 members, Wades, Richie, and Gats, and now they know that Gascans are there. They're going to start being more careful. I swear I just saw him like glitching across the screen. That's probably careful, but I have pretty bad connection, so it's probably on my end and not his. It looks like Throwback is continuing to be aggressive with Vertigo, not going for the rotation. Vegas actually spotting out M Clean on top of Moonrocks here, now trying to hide behind that autumn tree. He spots out his bike as well, thinking it's a person's gonna go on and put a little bit of a shot towards it, and the rest of Vertigo not wanting to get involved with Throwback are gonna continue on with their rotation. They're completely out of there, actually. As for anybody else, we can see in the kill feed, it looks like SDR currently fighting somebody, getting a kill onto G-Price from Silverline. Oh, has to be careful. Honey Badger, ooh, getting shot up from Orion on that rotation. That was almost scary. Looks like Silverline wanted to try and play this hill from their current compound below, but not quite being able to get there. And definitely not there first. SDR was up there for quite a while. Over here on the northern side, though, it looks like Epic Flank is going to be making a rotation straight towards Vertigo. EQ SKZ kind of shooting him off, not wanting to get any closer, but Noel is still there, ends up getting the down. The rest of Vertigo is here, though. You can see Noel is going to be taken down from an entirely different team, Rare Chemistry Constance, with that mini. And now Dr. Claw in the distance is doing some damage to these team members, but currently both getting reses. Will Sambuca spot him out? The answer is yes. Oh, he does some damage, but he's unable to finish the spray. Noel is still there, and he has to stop for the heal. The res is still coming out. Do you have any util possible? It looks like EQSKZ does in fact, same with Red Hell, but all of them are so low. Sambuca actually gets taken down from Branded Heat. The res is continuing on to Nolan. It's going to be successful. Badger was taking a lot of damage from Rare Chemistry in the distance, but it's not going to do anything, and Vertigo is out of there. It looks like they are going to lose their teammate Sambuca as the rest of Epic Flank make a rotation onto them. And definitely dead after those two nades. Not quite, but definitely going to go ahead and bleed out. Where did the rest of his team go? It looks like they went on ahead and took school. It's just going to be EQ, SKZ, and Rail Hell left. Did one of the Rare Chemistry men? Yep, Scotch Duck actually went ahead and took that crate that we mentioned earlier. He now has level 3 gear and an MK14. Very nice gun to be able to have. Definitely the best weapon that you could find in one of these crates, but they have to actually make a rotation because the hard shifts do not end there. We can see it's going to pull up towards Everest, where Nutters currently reside. Wow, they seem to be getting a lot of zone shifts for themselves, and honestly, they're definitely happy about that. It looks like Underrated also trying to find a little bit of a place to live, to play from, is going to take yellows. Axewound trying to spray them right now to get some sort of damage, get some sort of downs, is unable to do so. And if Axewound was planning to play there, they can play there no longer. Oh, but Hades, oh, just not clicked into him. He's going to see Palix going ahead and make a little bit of a peek there, get the down, and I think Hitman might be able to go for the res. And the rest of Underrated, realizing that their teammates need help, are going to come back. I think Firefight is going to go hold those two buildings afar for now, though, for the team, but it looks like a bunch of nades, a bunch of utils coming in from Axewound. Will Hitman into Dean be able to get the res? Oh my goodness, Hades with the second one, going to get another down into Dean, means it's just one member left here for Underrated. Firefighter is very far away. This will probably make him come back now, but it doesn't quite look like it. Now I can see Firefighter in the distance grabbing that car, trying to come back. Looks like Hitman is going to get the res into Dean. Palix still bleeding out very slowly. I don't think his res is going to be possible, as Axewound's going to go on ahead and push aggressively. On that leave, though, Rare Chemistry is going to go on ahead and take the compound that Firefighter so desperately wanted. I mean, him leaving his team, I think, definitely ended up hurting. And Palix is going to go on ahead and be lost because of it. Honestly, I don't know if any sort of fight would have been able to progress well enough for them to be able to save Palix anyway, and it looks like Axewound, after those two knocks, the successful kill onto Palix, are going to steal a little bit of a car to go and pull off of this. I guess they don't want to continue fighting, especially because of where zone is, and it looks like there's actually 3 teams here at Ice Cream. Orion crashing, getting crashed by SDR. Brokestad is currently downed and 8 downed and flushing. We can see Gwen Stacy pushing on in now. So's outside, but he spots out Skazka. A little bit of a trade comes into play here. Outside the door, So's taken down as well. Just absolute chaos. It's down to Deadeye, who spots out SKSK, and that is it though. Aguila from afar is going to shoot through that window and get the last hit onto Deadeye. San Diego Rarity will be eliminated directly after Orion. I cannot believe that that just happened. What? Oh. And now Rise is going to go on ahead and investigate, push into this building, but there's nobody in here anymore. That was disgusting. That was just absolute self-assured, mutually assured destruction. And it looks like the same thing is going to happen over here. BNL crashing onto underrated. Axewound now realizing the fight is happening is going to push as well. It's just down to Gats. I think they know exactly where they are in there, but you can see Gascans on the southern side also trying to shoot off Axewound. And here they come now. Here comes the nades too. Adam and teammate is going to go ahead and push aggressively off on this. It's going to be Nikos actually. You can see Oldless from afar that gets the kill onto Cookie Jams. Locke and Hades now desperately trying to pull away from this as B and L ended up being able to res one of them. Firefight is now the only one alive for underrated, trying to hide in the corner of one of these buildings as Honey Badger spots out Hades as he's rotating away. There goes the flush as well, so that means Axewound should be down to 2 members as well. And Firefight is going to go on ahead and take down Gats. Gats pushed into his building and he defended it. Now they know where each other are. Gascan's highly aware that there's at least 2 teams inside of these buildings. Going ahead and flush it out. Ooh. Oh, I think Honey Badger heard Firefight to make a little bit of movement inside that house there. Now he's stuck inside one of the side rooms, trying to use that smoke as a solo redo. We've talked about it before, trying to use that smoke as a noise distraction, but they knew exactly where he is. Shooting through the door, Nikos is going to find him out. Underrated, eliminated in 11th. And that is going to be the end of the 2 teams in there. The only teams that survived that, I mean, is obviously Gascans and Axewounds that went on ahead and disengaged. It looks like continued crashing on ice creams. Throwback wants this compound. 2 of them are the only 2 of them are up here fighting Rise right now. We can see them slowly bleeding out. It looks like Fico from Silverline is going to get a knock on a Lynxie, trying to use that dead car as cover, but I don't think the rest is coming in. He's super low HP, and now the rest of them are going to focus on trying to get Fox here. Let's go ahead and watch this. A push from both Vegas and Venerated coming into the play. Vegas will spot him out and be fine though. I was a little bit worried there. Venerated got a little bit distracted. If Fox had gone down into Vegas, I'm sure he would have been able to successfully get the flush as well. But Vegas was able to protect himself in that situation and win that 1v1. It's now Throwback at Ice Creams. Everybody is wanting the same locations. What is happening with all of these crashes? We can see that Everest, though, definitely in the center here. It is just Nutters is a really nice spot here. That's all I can really say. We're going to go on ahead and wait here for a little bit as the zone continues closing. We can see that a few of these guys have to continue on with their rotation, mainly Epic Flank. I'm going to drink some water, though. There we go. And, that zone, man. Zone once again gonna actually pull up onto Everest again. I feel like this is the time that Ripper and Aguila should realize that it's going to be an Everest ending. I think these guys should be pulling up to support their teammates because everybody else should start absolutely sending it up Everest as well. And Pinkill and Jam are not going to be able to hold them off by themselves. I mean, we'll end up watching. If they can hold off by themselves, I'll eat my words, but usually you want all 4 of your members to be there to help. It also looks like Slappers Only is simply Matthias alone inside this wizard tower trying to fight with the remainder of Vertigo, both Rahel and EQSKZ, but after taking some damage and doing some damage, it's going to take his Dacia and rotate away. You can see Jam also trying to get involved, shooting from afar on top of Everest with that suppressed weapon. It looks like Gascans lurking around Rare Chemistry here. They're completely attempting a surround right now. They can hear the MK as well, though. And now Snake Eyes knows about where Oldless is. He's going to also go on ahead and continue on with his rotation. They're outside of zone, so Rare Chemistry are going to have to get in their vehicles and leave. And it looks like, it looks like Axewound tried to make a rotation, and the last two ended up making a rotation straight into Vertigo, and they won that fight by shooting them out of the vehicles. Here we go. Gascans are, in fact, going to try and get involved into Rare Chemistry. I think they ended up taking down one of them. It's only Paradox and Scotchdock left, and Aguila getting knocked from afar. I mean, I don't think Ripper is going to be able to get the res onto him. And that means that Nutters, who had such a great spot, they should have gone and met up with the remainder of their team. Ripper, you're getting pushed up by him by the entirety of Gascans. But it looks like Throwback is kind of going for a little bit of a distraction here. Epic flank, we saw in the feed that they lost one. The remainder of them are also trying to pull up onto Everest, and as you can see, there's currently a fight happening between them. Jam getting a knock onto one of Rare Chemistry. Snake Eyes currently down, but it's instantly going to be traded because it was a 3v1 situation, meaning Pankill is now the last one up here, and you can see that Ripper is trying to meet up now, but it's way, way too late. I've said at least 2 times, I think, in this set of casting that being able to have 2-2 splits is definitely strong, but what teams need to know is the exact moment that they should be condensing. And I think, unfortunately, this time Nutters missed that condensed time and they lost 2 members because of it. I mean, they're still alive at least up on top of Everest, and they'll be able to play up there and get some more kills, hopefully get some more placement for now. We can see Rare Chemistry spotting out one of the members of Vertigo, and there they go. All of Vertigo is now taken down. Eliminated in 8. They get 1 placement point there, and now the rest of these teams will start getting some more of those. Oh, it looks like Corsac from Slappers is going to go on ahead and spot out Paradox as he was trying to make a run down to their vehicles. Definitely going on ahead and taking advantage of that vulnerability there. The rest of Slappers kind of pushing up Everest already. I mean, Himbino and Silers, they're definitely aware that they're going to need to push up onto Everest eventually. I mean, even Gascans realizing that are already pulling on up, and it's just down to Scotchdock left for Rare. And he was getting shot at by Slappers, and he ran right into Gascans, so Rare Chemistry is going to go on ahead and be eliminated there. I think we're about to see a fight between Slappers and Gascans once more, but for now, Slappers are kind of being sitting up here on the northern side of Everest, not moving up quite yet, but they need to be fast if they're going to hope to be fighting fairly against Gascans. You can see Corsac doing some damage, but actually taking down very, very low, down to 39 HP, and a bunch of util coming into play. You can hear his teammates now coming to help them, and it looks like they're actually going to be taking this fight. I feel like they're definitely at a disadvantaged angle here. But it looks like the aggression isn't happening quite yet. Slapper is definitely happy with their northern spot right now. We saw them throwing out some warning util, but Gascans, here we go. Gascans, after spotting them out, are going to go ahead and throw back their own util. Yeah, throw back their own util. Get it? Get it? Speaking of them, though, it looks like they're making a northern push. You can see that in the distance, EF, Epic Flank, are kind of putting some bullets towards them. Same with Silverline, potentially. But they're going to be pushing up to the north to the base of where Gascans currently are. I mean, if Throwback gets involved in that, they can they could totally come up and push into Gascans' back without them realizing. It does look like Slappers are going to be able to successfully make a rotation away, but other than that, ooh, it looks like Nutter's getting run up on by Silverline is going to be eliminated after that spray from Brutal onto Pankill. And right before them, EF was also taken down. I think Silverline also got those kills. Yep, so Silverline now has 4 kills in total after taking out both of those duos. And oh, right, what I said is coming true here. Throwback pushing right into the back of Gascans, getting it down onto one of them, taking out Oldless as well. It is now a 2v3 situation. Nikos is very low. He's going to go ahead and have to back up to heal. But no, Vegas with that nade is going to go ahead and take that from him. And this is where the interest begins from Slappers. Slappers now pushing on over to get involved. They know the Gascans were there, but they're currently being destroyed and actually taken out. Throwback taking out all of Gascans. It looks like they were only able to get a knock onto Venerated, but the rest should be happening soon. Corsac spawning out. The one of Throwback, though, Vegas proning out just in time, but Hambino isn't going to let that heal happen with that nade. Now on fire, Venerated is also going to go on ahead and be taken. I think that means it's just down to Valier, and I think him realizing that they were getting pushed on already had started his rotation away. I'm going ahead and play that southern side, so that means that the other two teams are probably going to start their fight, and that is Silverline and Slappers. We can see Silverline and Esports going on ahead, throwing some bullets over to Slappers. Slappers going on ahead and returning the favor, but not quite doing too much. And I mean, both these guys now, I thought this was going to be a top Everest ending, but as we can see from this zone shift, it is in fact not. It's going to go on ahead and pull down to the south. Oh, and it looks like Corsac actually went ahead and spotted out Valiate for Throwback. Oh, and it looks like Simply Mathias is going to go on ahead and eliminate him. Throwback was eliminated in third after Simply Mathias went on ahead and spotted him out. Honestly, definitely really good communication from Slappers for being able to directly locate him, honestly. I think Simply Mathias probably had a nutty angle on that as well. Can't quite zoom in from there, but we can see Hambino spotting out Red Rider from Silverline. I mean, it's a 4v3 situation left, and it looks like Slappers definitely have control of the majority of this zone, as FICO, Brutal, and Red Rider, they only have that ridge over there. And as we can see from this next zone shift, it's actually outside of zone. It doesn't look like Slappers are going to go on ahead and pull out any closer to see if they can get a top of Silverline to do any damage. Instead, they're going to go on ahead back up and wait for them to come into zone. I mean, that's definitely the correct thing to do. We can see Hambino just getting headshot there. Now his helmet is down to half HP, having this pause to heal on up before he's going to go on ahead and re-peek. Looks like they're going to be able to make a rotation toward the southern side, but what they don't know quite yet is that Silers and Corsac are already there. There we go, Hambino from above getting a headshot onto Red Rider, and the knock being just on a Brutal and FICO. We can see they're both very low, and with that, Simply Mathias is going to get another one. That means it's just on a FICO, and Silers knows exactly where he is. All four of Slappers now being able to push out of here. I mean, you can take two approaches push out aggressively or wait patiently. And it looks like Slappers wanting to be aggressive are taking some shots on the Fico, now down to around 15 HP. Here comes the Molotovs landing directly in front of him. Oh, directly on him, and that is going to be it. That Molotov from Silas is going to end it, and Slappers only is going to win our second to last game with 9 kills. That was very nicely played by them, playing on the northern compound from Everest. They were very, very patient, pushed up to Everest when they needed to, almost got in fight into Gascans, but pushed off, realizing that they definitely didn't have the advantage, and that turned into an advantage later. Throwback coming on over and ruining that push for Gascans, and then they were able to go on ahead and be up on top of Everest and just win that game. I mean, enough said, am I right? Very well played by Slappers there. That means we're down to 1 game left, and the intensity is on. I'll be back as soon as possible, yeah.
Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I know that you're mine, but I wish we could pause and press rewind when I'm not with you. Boy, you got me hoping for a redo. Might run out of time, so why can't we just pause and press rewind when I'm not with you? Boy, you got me hoping for a redo. I know that you're mine. So why can't we just pause and press rewind when I'm not with you? Boy, you got me hoping for a redo. I know that you're Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it, rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
Hello, everybody. This is SpanCargo for the second to last time because you know what time it is? It is the last game time for round of 64 Lobby D of the Spark series. Very, very exciting stuff happening here, and I'm so glad to be here being able to cast it for y'all. Let's take a look at that leaderboard before we look at the playing path, our last playing path for this round. There we go. Let it load on up, and Gascans still holding on to first with 137 points. Definitely playing this very, very well. Throwback actually going on ahead and taking second place now with 129. Barely Not Legal in third with 106. Nutters, then Slappers Only, Vertigo, San Diego Rarity, and Silverline Esports. Silverline Esports just went on ahead and took that 8th place spot from Orion. And I mean, Orion, an underrated, even Axewound and Rise Esports still have an opportunity to get in here. The thing is, they're going to go on ahead and have to play their hearts out. And on that note, go on ahead, spread the positivity. If y'all are rooting for any of these teams, go on ahead, spam that emote, spam those copy pastas. Let's get that positive energy flowing and take a look at our last plane path. Very, very vertical, actually, and very far to the western side here. Everybody already going on ahead, jumping on out. It looks like on a zone. Honestly, this plane path is it hurts. It hurts, right? Because it looks like not too many teams ended up jumping super early, so that means a lot of teams going down here jumping really late. We can actually see 3 colors down here and 2 colors over Primorsk. That just means a lot of hot dropping is going to happen. I mean, that happens on hard plane paths such as this one. So it looks like over here it's going to be a fight between 3 teams. Epic flank, Gascans. We can see Vertigo still inside of the air. Not quite sure where they're going to go. And then directly to the west, a little bit too far away for me to fly on over there, is going to be a fight between Silverline and Underrated, both of which went on ahead and landed in Primorsk. We see that the first kill is not going to be in Primorsko. It is going to be Nikos from Gascans getting a down onto Null and the flash. I mean, you can even see that EF is trying to go ahead and take some shots towards Vertigo. All of Gascans landed together, meaning that EF is already at a disadvantage. We can see some damage going onto Badger. Will they get those last few hits? It looks like they mostly have SMGs and shotguns, and it looks like Badger is going to be able to successfully get away and pull up to Brandon Heat. I'm a little bit confused why they were so spread out. If you can see the two other teams in the air, why would you continue on with the huge split? I mean, Gascans definitely did it right. If you're going to go on ahead and go for a hot drop like that, you want to be together. And it actually looks like these three teammates of Gascans are going to chase, and they're probably going to be chased right into Brandon Heat, and Brandon Heat grabbing his vehicle is going to try and continue on with his own rotation as well. Imagine if he got pulled up on for Badger's sins there. But it looks like Gascans might stop momentarily. If they heard the vehicle, they might continue going. If they spot out Badger, if they span out Brandon, I mean, they're going to continue going, and it looks like they have, in fact, spotted him out, continuing on their men on a mission here. Oh, the lag, what is happening? Spectating vehicles are wonky, but it looks like they definitely spotted out Brandon Heat trying to drive for his life. He didn't even stop at the compound where his teammate was, and that was definitely his first mistake. Brandon, you better not stop now. You better just keep going. Don't stop at that compound no matter how much you want, because there are definitely 3 people behind you that want a point. They want murder, and they're coming for you. Oh no, they're cutting those edges. Brandon Heat, they're calling up really, really close. It's Adam currently the one that's driving. You see it's Honey Badger and Oldless inside, both with some shotguns, a little bit of action. Brandon, you gotta get to Badger here as fast as possible. What is happening? This is Game 6 shenanigans. I pointed it out towards the end of last game, and I guess I'm not surprised it's happening. But I mean, Gascans, they're at the top of the leaderboard, man. They have nothing else to lose. They're going to be qualifying. They want to try and go on ahead and frag out in the last game of this round. See Badger X trying to go for some shots onto them. It's not going to be close enough to this compound. Adam definitely thinking that they're pulling up onto their teammates, onto one of Brandon's friends, are going to continue with their rotation far away. It looks like Brandon Heat now pulling on up is going to run directly into Oldless, but Oldless with that shotgun is going to take him down. That means it's just down to Badger X in here. And you can see the rest of Gascans went on ahead, went for the flush. They know that there's somebody else here, and that's Badger. He currently has no helmet, a level 1 vest, and a DP. It's definitely going to be a very, very hard fight for Badger. Definitely not a fight that he's going to want to take, but it's going to be forced. Definitely doesn't have a choice in the matter. I don't think you can see his vehicle in the distance. He's not going to be able to grab it and get away. And here comes the push from Gas. If Badger is able to get one through this window here, he'll make it a little bit more even, but he needs to get this knock. It's absolutely vital. Here we go, about to go on ahead for the peek. I think Honey Badger might have seen him. Oh no, he didn't. Badger, you needed to have peeked through that window and gotten a knock. You can't hide. They're going to continue hunting, and it's going to be soon when they find where you are. And here they come on the rotation, and instantly Badger's going to go on ahead and get that down, and Oldless with the flush. I don't really have much else to say. It looks like Nikos, the last one for Guadalajara Gascans, is still down here with the last member of Epic Flank, and he is going to take him down. Epic Flank is eliminated in 14th. They absolutely did not have a chance there, Dr. Claw. Unfortunate there. There was only 3 of them that made the chase in the first place, so now they definitely own all of this. So a little bit of update on Primorsk. We can see here that it's just underrated left here, continuing to loot on up, driving around freely because Silverline just grabbed a boat and rotated all the way on over to Milta, which honestly I am not mad about. And they all have some weapons and some gear, so they definitely left well off. But after seeing this zone shift, they probably were just like, let's just grab this boat and get the heck out of here, because from here they can grab the vehicles in Milta. They should know that there's nobody in Milta. Loot up for a little bit longer, and then this entire eastern side should be free. I mean, the zone was to the west, so that's probably where they're going to end up going. It looks like BNL wanting their usual hacker building. Enan and Wade's now pushing on down a little bit on a plateau here, but SDR already occupies it. And I wouldn't be surprised if they hear those vehicles. They definitely hear the rotation of Orion. And then they go going for a little bit of some damage onto them. Ooh, getting some damage onto SKSK, but not going to get it down nor a flush. So Orion's going to go on ahead and continue their rotation. Currently they're in Alamo, which I would not suggest as an early game spot, but it seems like they want to continue looting at least for a little bit for now. And they're going to take the one story right underneath Volcano as well. It also looks like Axewound went on ahead and took this upper hill looking down at Rare Chemistry here inside of Mini Roz or Valley, whichever one you want to call it. I think Rare might have lost a member. They're currently down to 3. Where did they have a kill? No. So I guess Rare Chemistry is just a 3-man this game. Don't see the last one in unless they left. Whenever after someone's died and they left the game, they disappear from the list. So as we can see here, the entire north is owned by Slappers. Just no one is across this water line. It's all Slappers land. And I mean, if it shifts to the north, Slappers are definitely going to be very happy there. But everybody on the southern side definitely knew that all this congestion down here was going to happen after nobody dropped immediately. Are probably going to end up running into each other. I mean, there's barely any spaces to play towards the center on the southern side. The only way is if like Silverline or Vertigo know to make some wide wrap rotation and take Volcano or something. I think I saw some movement over here. Yes, I did. I did in fact see some movement. It looks like Axewound wanting to be aggressive onto Rare Chemistry. Parma's Army actually getting down by Snake Eyes, who was pushing aggressively onto this. Here comes Block as well. It's going to win that fight as well. Luckily, nobody was behind him, so he is going to get away with it at 14 HP. We can see that he was successfully flushed out, but here comes Hades. Right beside him is Paradox, but doesn't quite see him just yet. If Hades had pushed the same direction as Locke or Parma's Army, I mean, yeah, no, it's Luck. If Hades pushed with its luck, definitely would have taken down Snake Eyes there, but because they work together, like that information, those calls are vital. Like, you need to be pushing these things together, and it looks like it didn't happen for Axewound so far. I mean, they did at least get one kill. They're making this even. It's a 1v1, but Snake Eyes through the window is going to take down Parma's Army. Cookie Jams right in between these two buildings, unable to do anything. Needs to be careful now because Constant is above him. Here we go. Constant now knows exactly where Cookie Jams is. He can just go on ahead and peek on over. Hades from the sides getting a down and a flush onto Snake Eyes, and looks like Constant was unable to spot out exactly where Cookie Jams was, but teammate Paradox is going to find him instead. That means steps down to Hades. He gets one knock, but Constant from above. That is the end of Axewound. Eliminated in 13th, and it looks like they're going to get the res onto Paradox, so they're going to continue as a 2-man. They only ended up losing 1 in that fight, and look at that. Oh my goodness. It wouldn't be a last game without a disgusting hard shift as well, I guess. Pulling on up, centering around Rozhawk. I mean, Slapper's probably going to continue to play on the northern side. Definitely the best play because nobody should be up there. Honestly, going on ahead and taking these compounds, taking this hill and these ridges is definitely going to benefit them a lot, and I don't doubt that that's where they're heading. As for everybody on the southern side, if one of these guys decide to send it to the north, I wouldn't be mad, honestly. Like, I think that's the smartest play. But we can see Orion starting to make rotation directly down this big road, which it honestly scares me a little bit. That was a little bit, I can't even think of a word for it except ballsy. That was a little bit ballsy. There we go. I'm going to go with it anyway. Driving directly between SDR and Rare Chemistry. I mean, it ended up working, and now they have a spot inside Rozhawk where they'll be able to go on ahead and continue playing there for a while. You can see Nutters now making their rotation out of apartments as well. Underrated shooting at them from Oasis on the side. And that's going to go on ahead and redirect Nutters. Probably going to go on ahead and play upper Rozhawk on the northern side. Everybody else still making their rotations now. It looks like Gascans, Throwback making some wide northern rotations. It looks like they want to get to the north. Like I mentioned, Silverline probably going to do the same thing. If they go for that bridge, definitely going to be quite happy because as you can see, otherwise, other than those 4 teams that look like they're heading towards the north, the rest of these guys are in this south portion. And honestly, with this being so 50-50... Wait, did you have no ammo in your gun? Reload your gun, innate. Anyway, I was gonna say, honestly, with this being so 50-50, I have absolutely no idea where this is gonna go, and I doubt any of them do, so Nutter's taking this position, taking this bridge compound as well, is going to try and hold this. This would be a nice cross for them to be able to go north if it pulls to the north. But there we go, Slapper's still all the way up there. I think they don't exactly know who's up here, so they're wanting to be a little bit cautious, not going to go on ahead and risk it. I mean, they're playing the safe, which is what Slappers, I mean, they're going to qualify, but playing every game seriously, which is what I like to see. And it looks like Throwback making it across. Oh, Valiate was changing out his car, and you can see in the distance that here comes Gascans. If they spotted Valiate, that is going to be the end of him. But it looks like maybe they didn't see or hear, hopefully, because Valiant will be able to continue living. And it looks like they went ahead and crashed straight into where Throwback's compound was. Venerated now the only one over here watching Valiant as they make the run over. Vegas, oh, with a nice headshot with that SLR, is going to get a knock onto Honey Badger. We can see Oldless knows exactly where Venerated is, trying to throw some util towards him. Here comes the rest of the crash from Throwback. They want to try and help out their teammates. Honestly, I'm a little bit scared for Vegas's angle of approach because that's where all of them are. And with that, Adam is in fact going to get the knock. He's very low HP. The res on a Honey Badger has come into play. And now the rest of Throwback is here. I mean, Valiant didn't end up crossing. He's playing on the southern side of this bridge, doing a lot of damage to Oldless. There's the flush as well. So now it's back to being equal. It's a 3v3 situation here, but Gascans are currently on the inside. Throwback being able to hold from the outside. Gascans are going to probably have to make the first move here if they want to leave. That or Throwback might lose interest. Okay, while that's happening, let's go ahead and zoom on now. We can see that it actually did pull to the southern part, so that is definitely going to be in the benefit of the majority of these teams. Slappers pulling directly above Rosshawk will be able to play there for now. I mean, Throwback and Gascans are really the only ones that are in a really sticky situation. It looks like actually BNL trying to get inside, currently taking heavy fire from Underrated directly inside Oasis, and it looks like Silverline taking it really slow, which I'm not going to criticize. Honestly, like, if that's how they want to play, like, going ahead and do it, it definitely is a way to play the game, and because of that, it just guarantees them end zone. End game. There we go. So, here we go. Now here comes phase 3 damage. Definitely all over Gascans and Throwback. Let's go ahead and take a look at some meds. It looks like all of Throwback each have 3 first aids, and as for the Gascans, it looks like it's a little bit not as even. Nikos with the 1, but I mean, Honey Badger has 4, and then Adam has 3. Here comes Valiant. He went on ahead, swam across the water. That's severe dedication. He's like, I'm gonna come and help you guys. Now trying to meet up behind. Ooh, a nice spray from Venerated onto Nikos. Oh, and Valiant actually spots him out through that window. Nikos is now down. It's now 2 Honey Badger and Adam left here. Venerated using this opportunity to go on ahead and heal if he spots out Adam or Honey Badger on this rotation. It looks like Honey Badger went on ahead and tried to nade that. Don't know where it exploded, but it didn't land on. Venerated is for sure. And Valiate on his rotation if he spots out Adam. Oh, I think Adam knows. Adam throwing out some smoke is definitely going to make it so that he can't entirely spot him out, as he's now using his opportunity to go on ahead and heal. Go ahead and take a look from their perspective. So Adam now directly outside of this building. You see Honey Badger trying to go play on this wall, slowly sneaking. If anyone goes on ahead and peeks that, Honey Badger will definitely be ready. Phase 4, you can see the phase 4 damage just absolutely chunking them now. Honey Badger now taking the opportunity to use a first aid. I mean, he absolutely has to. This damage hurts. And we can see Valley, from the side, just spotting out Adams in that side window. This is the angle that he just had onto him. Venerate gonna go on ahead, push, overtake him out. Honey Badger with the nade will take down Lynxie in his phase 4, so no res is going to be possible here. I can't believe they're actually committing to this. I mean, they honestly are allowed to as well. I mean, this is our first and second place team. Let's be real. So now Valiant from the side, if he spots out Honey Badger, is an easy kill, and that is exactly what happens. Valiant with the headshot, mini shot, taking out Guadalajara. Gascans eliminated in 12th, and the rest of Throwback are going to try and get inside zone here. It looks like they do have some meds. Very going on ahead, dropping some for Valiant as they're clearly using it. It looks like he has a ton of bandies as well. Yep, and now they're going to go on ahead and make that rotation on in. It looks like it's not too far away either. They're going to go on ahead and be able to drive right on in. They just have to be careful from the absolute chaos that's currently ensuing from this zone of 10 teams. I mean, just look, it's absolutely filled on up. We can see Rare Chemistry making a really nice rotation. Very nice map knowledge, being able to pull it into this dip directly beneath this hill. We can see that Nutters is actually taking advantage of it as well. I don't know where Jam and... Oh, no, Jam is... Wait. Jam and Painkiller just on the other side, but looks like one of them currently is DC'd. But here comes Barely Not Legal. Barely Not Legal pulling up onto Rare Chemistry and Nutters. Oh, really nice try. Ian is going to get it down onto one of the first members of the Nutters. The other two are on the other side, though. You can see Rare Chemistry now trying to get involved with some of these nades. But Enan once again with a little bit of a spray. Drive-by spray is going to get it down onto Constant. Paradox now under intense pressure from all these nades, just absolutely raining down on him at 24 HP. Is not going to be able to go and get the res on his teammates. And BNL does not want to push on out, though. Do they have any more nades is the question. And the answer is yes. They can continue to do so if they want to. It looks like Silverline ended up crashing onto SDR, or the other way around, not quite sure. I thought SDR had this location, but honestly don't remember. And it looks like they're trying to be very, very aggressive on this. All of Silverline currently stuck in one position, so that's why I believe they must be in the ones that crashed. Lucidfreak with a really nice nade getting down to both G-Price and Red Rider, and we can see that another one trying to push from the side. Innate's gonna go on ahead and take out another, and FICO, he was the last one, but that is going to be it. Silverline Esports, they were playing so carefully, but that one fight is what is going to end it. SDR now has 4 kills, all still 4 up the zone, once again popping and centering, and it looks like the fights will continue on the northern side. Currently a fight between Slappers and Orion. We can see them spotting out some of these guys, trying to scare him off with those sprays. And in the distance, it looks like Underrated is going to spot out Throwback as they finally got into zone here. Very unfortunate, but I mean, Throwback, they're definitely qualifying. So if you guys, this is definitely the opportunity to pull up those leaderboards like I mentioned and see where everybody is at. Some of these guys definitely are riding on this game to qualify. Silverline Esports, all they had to do was be careful. They were in 8th, but Orion is still alive, and they're only 1 point away from taking that 8th place for them. It could end very, very shortly with Slappers, though. I mean, they currently are in 8th place, though, so at least get 1 placement point. Looks like they already have 1 kill point as well. Let's go ahead and pay attention to this. Oh, looks like Skaska was in fact spotted out by the members of Slappers. There we go, breaking the door. Here comes the nade. Oh, and the nade, it ended up, it didn't make it inside, but the broken door is going to do the damage anyway. That one's going to be the flushing nade as well. And it looks like Aso now trying to peek on over to spot these guys out. Is not going to be able to spot them anyway. They successfully went on ahead and smoked off that sight line. Looks like SDR getting interested, pushing on up to Rosshawk Hill, probably trying to spot out this fight right now. It's now a 3v3 situation. Here comes Corsac, Silers, and Hambino now taking this as an opportunity to go ahead and push. So if he peeked, now he's going to go ahead and spot all three. He can hear them now peeking, courting a nice headshot onto Corsac. Oh, Silers, though. The rest of them are still there, so he's going to have to back up. Silers, though, pushing aggressively. Here comes the Molly. He's going to go on ahead and save himself a little bit there, but Silers on fire is going to push, get the down. Not going to be taken down, as he also has broke status down. That means it's just down to SKSK 23 for Orion, trying to get the res onto broke status. Silers now taking this opportunity to heal, with Hambino being the one that goes on ahead and throws the nades. I think my game is whack. Hopefully it'll come back soon, but if it doesn't, that might mean that I have to restart my game. And there it is. So it looks like Slappers went ahead and pushed onto Orion. Unfortunately, SKSK bled out. Same with the Sioux, broke status now. The last one up. Actually, maybe he went onto the roof and was taken down by SDR, but now it's just broke status left. He's going to be an aggressive push. Oh, he spots out one, but he vaults out the window way too fast. Honestly, that looks like insanely fast. Nutter's getting a knock on the Silers for Slappers. Broke status, though. You're not going to be able to survive that. It's phase 6, and he's taken out. You can see Slappers now broken down to just Corsac and Hambino left. That Molotov, though, from Lucid Freak is going to take down Corsac as well. It's just Hambino. We can see that Jam is here currently in a position that SDR does not want to get involved in. We see NA is directly to his south, but he will be taken out by not him, but by BNL. BNL wants this ridge to be able to push up on and see if he can spot anybody out. I mean, from here, they're going to have to be careful because it looks like the reses are coming out onto Slappers. Corsac, unfortunately, will bleed out, though, so a 2v2 situation, actually, as the two members of BNL are definitely interested to see what's happening over here. Are going to peek over very, very shortly and probably spot them out. Oh, but after hearing SDR's cars, it's going to pull away their attention. There we go, getting a nice spray with that barrel. Is going to take down Gwen Stacy. Slappers taking this opportunity to push on over. Will take down Gats and Richie B. Instantly getting flushed out with one of those nades. Slappers, I mean, they didn't go on ahead and clear it, and that definitely was their demise. They got so distracted by SDR, so now Ian and Wades are here to try and recover, but they actually just completely left that side of the hill, so it's just down to 2 of them left permanently. SDR getting a res onto Gwen Stacy after that happened, are now trying to hold off Slappers. I mean, it's just down to Hambino and Silers. We're going to go on ahead and see what they can do here. On the southern side, though, let's go ahead and take a glance at this. We can see that Vertigo is currently inside of the building to the far south, and Underrated and Rise are currently in a fight. Pallet's now trying to go ahead and peek on over. It's just down to Marked and Chilla. Looks like they are, in fact, getting a res on to Fox. Oh, but a nice nade from both Vertigo and Marked is going to take down Underrated to just Palix and Tadine left. He's probably going to be able to get some reses happening here, but here comes Vertigo. It's just down to Marked. It's going to run face for extended Palix. He's going to win the fight, but from behind. Sambuca's going to shoot Marked from behind, and Rise Esports is going to be eliminated in 6th. I think that's 4 points for 6, and they had some kills. As for Vertigo now, though, they know that there's another team on the other side of these ridges, and they're going to be playing patiently. Hitman did, in fact, get the res on both. Oh, Tadine got the res on the Hitman and Firefighter, but I don't think that they're going for Palix. Rahel peeking on over is going to go on ahead and take Palix for his own. BNL just down to 1 as Wades is currently down to... Oh, whoa! What an entrance, am I right? It looks like Ian is going to be able to go on ahead and save him from that, though. SDR now still at 4 up, ended up sending 2 of them down all the way to the south to go try and fight Vertigo from behind. In 8, I don't think he realizes that Clean is right beside him, but with that smoke, he now is definitely aware that somebody is close. In the distance, though, we can see Underrated still in this fight with Vertigo, getting it down under Rahel. Tadine pushing over, definitely getting a lot of pressure from SDR from afar, and BNL, not to mention. You see Andre is currently taking it very slowly, but here comes BNL. BNL in and wanting to be aggressive on this, instantly pushing it over with that Groza. Ooh, instantly getting a headshot into EQSKZ, getting it down onto him. The rest of Underrated pushing over, taking out Vertigo and falling right behind. Soon to be, Enid just needs one more kill. Waits is going to go on ahead and get it. And it looks like Underrated is going to follow in third. So that means it's just down to 2 teams left. There's 2 members for BNL and all 4 up for SDR. We can see Enid. They currently have 9 kills in total. Enid with level 3 gear and a Groza versus SDR. All 4 up with 8 kills. Let's see what's going to happen here. Looking at that zone, it does look like it is further to the north. And it looks like they each both have utility as well. Oh, Deadeye trying to make a cross. He's going to be spotted out by Enid, but Gwen Stacy with the trade back. Oh no, Gwen Stacy also goes down, but it's a 2v1 situation here. Lucid Freak and Innate could totally just go on ahead and push on that and be at the advantage, but I think they might be going for the res. Lucid Freak going to wait, but that's going to give Wades the opportunity to get the res onto Enid, and now it's not as obvious of an advantage with your men. Now it's a 3v2 still. Oh, Innate now trying to push on forward. Waves is down really, really low. Lucid Freak is, in fact, going to get the knock in and making a little bit of a rotation away. Trying to spot all of them out. Is going to slowly take them down. Oh, he gets 1 down on a Lucid Freak. Just 2 left. Oh, I almost thought he was going to get the knock onto Gwen Stacy as well. But that is going to be it. San Diego Rarity wins our last game for round of 64 with 10 kills. That was very nicely played for San Diego Rarity there. Even their split, they left 2 on Rosshawk Hill to try and see up there. Sent 2 to play that southern warehouse to try and capitalize off of the fighting down there in the south, keeping all 4 of them up. Very, very nicely played. So let's go on ahead and leave. So that is going to be it. I will be back as soon as possible with the leaderboard. Do not go anywhere, y'all. I'm really excited to go on ahead and reveal who our top 8 that's moving on is. Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo. One last time, I'm actually just gonna turn down my music so it's not completely awkward and silent. But hello everybody, this is SpanCargo, and we're gonna go ahead and take a look at our final leaderboard for round of 64 of the Spark series. I'm casting Labby D, so I mean, without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look. With that, our top 8 that are going to be moving on to round of 32 this weekend are Guadalajara, Gascans, Throwback, Barely Not Legal, Slappers Only, Nutters, San Diego Rarity, Vertigo, and Underrated. Definitely big round of applause and GGs to those top 8 teams. Definitely was a big fight at the end there. I mean, Orion, Silverline, Esports, and Rise Esports, all of these guys end up playing their hearts out to try and go for that qualification. They even tried, I mean, we saw so many of them alive that last game, just playing their best, like just playing their absolute hearts out. And I mean, that's definitely admirable for all these guys. So unfortunately 9 through 14 aren't going to be moving on, but the top 8, congratulations. And if you guys want to see that in a little bit more detail, you guys can do exclamation point leaderboard. Otherwise, that is going to be it for round of 64. Thank you guys so much for being here and supporting these teams. Want to see a little bit more of that spam and that hype. And otherwise, I hope to see you guys this weekend for round of 32. Once again, thank you to Jay, CD6, everybody who's putting together this PUBG Spark series for letting me go ahead and community cast this. Thank you once again to you guys for being here supporting these guys. It's just, I have no words. It's just so amazing to go on ahead and watch, and I can't wait for the rest of the series to go on ahead and get going. So that's going to be it for me. Have a nice day, night, evening, wherever you guys are, and I'll catch you guys hopefully this weekend for a round of 32, and if not, for scrims on Monday. So bye, y'all.
I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a lie.